Good afternoon, everyone. City of Lamarque City Council Special Agenda, September 23rd, 2024. Notice is hereby given that the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a special meeting on September 23rd, 2024, beginning at 4 p.m. in Council Chambers, 1109B, Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with Section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public, and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. Council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Ms. Nance, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A is not with us at this time. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And Mayor.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Nance. Item 3, new business. Items presented to council for discussion. Forensic audit, considering the commission and timeline requirements of a city-wide forensic audit. I believe we have with us today, Michael Brooks
With Brooks Watson CPAs.
with Brooks Watson, CPA. So the purposes of Mr. Brooks and Mrs. Turner, who is our own finance director, of meeting with us here today is to give us an understanding of city finances, routine audits, as well as forensic audits. What are those parameters? What's the difference? And why would an entity choose to elect to pursue a forensic audit? So I'll yield the floor to Ms. Turner and Mr. Brooks at this time.
Mr. Brooks, are you on the line? Can you hear me?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great.
Well, first I want to start with stating, thank you all for bringing us here today to have this discussion. It's a very important discussion. And I thank you all. Mr. Brooks has been very gracious. He's answered all of my questions and any questions I've had dealing with our city finances, just coming on as a new finance director here. Any questions that I did have, he's always been available to answer those questions. So at this point, I don't know if we want to go ahead and yield to any questions from council, or I will allow Mr. Brooks some introductory remarks.
Yeah, let's let Mr. Brooks explain to us what his company does for municipalities
Okay,
in a routine audit, what those types of parameters are. And then he can begin to explain to us what is the difference between a routine audit, forensic audit, why would entities need these audits, and what sorts of parameters and scopes would entities need in order to move forward with these types of audits. So
Okay,
let's
Mr.
yield the floor to
Brooks.
Mr. Brooks.
yes.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Okay. Welcome. Thank you. So what we provide the city is what's called a financial statement audit. So whenever we perform our audit procedures, we are looking at the financial statements as a whole, so citywide financial statements. And we're providing what's called reasonable assurance over those financial statements that they are materially correct. So whenever we do our audit procedures, we determine certain materiality thresholds and risk assessment. We apply those to the procedures we complete, and then we issue an audit opinion over the city, the entire city, all funds, component units, etc. In brief, if you're looking at doing a forensic audit, generally the first thing you want to do is determine why. So there has to be something you suspect or something you know of potential fraudulent activity, or maybe it's just error, but the most critical piece would be to determine the scope of what you're trying to accomplish. If you were going to complete a forensic audit over the city, it would just be too voluminous to just cast that net over every transaction that the city has made. There has to be some sort of refined scope to a forensic audit, or else you're just going to spend a lot of time and a lot of money, probably more than you would want to spend. And it could extend into multiple periods, multiple years. So my I don't have a good understanding of what the city is trying to accomplish with that, or what the suspicion is, or known fraud, but that would be the first step you would want to get down before you move forward with something like this. And if you did, the primary difference is it would be a much smaller scope of procedures that you would do, as far as just being more narrow. So you would focus all your effort and your procedures over the specific area that you feel is being affected, and you would design your procedures without regard to possibly materiality. Maybe you're looking for something specific that's occurring that doesn't have a particular dollar figure attached to it. So the fraud investigation or forensic investigation could be designed any way you like it, but you got to know what you're looking for, really. So that's, I think, the biggest takeaway here. That's just a quick overview of what we do and what a fraud investigation would look like. But I know I'm sure you guys have questions, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Council, do you have any?
Yeah,
Hold on, Mr. Lau. Hold on. Do you have any questions, council? You have questions?
yeah. So one of the things I wanted to bring up is audits actually can save money. I think it was anyways, in Galveston County, they audited I think it was a fire department up in Bay Cliff or something, and they found that there was hundreds of thousands of dollars that was being stolen. Someone was prosecuted. They ended up saving money after the audit. League City just performed an audit, an internal audit, which found out hundreds of thousands of dollars missing, misappropriated. And that would be the point of a forensic audit. And to do a complete audit, it needs to be a broad, full scope audit with no limitations of the city of Lamarque. And mostly because the citizens have asked for it. Anything else, it really doesn't matter. It's what the citizens have asked for. So I've got a book right here of a whole bunch of things that we would do a forensic audit for. And but the scope of it needs to be citywide. They can find misappropriation of funds. They could find items that were purchased, where they're at, inventory of machinery. There's so many different things that an audit can perform and needs to be performed so we can find things. But that's what we need to do, is a forensic audit to complete that, so we can move forward and close this chapter. And if you would like some examples of why we would do a forensic audit, I can give those to you, because I got a whole book full of them right here. We can start with, let's see, a payment. If you have a payment paid from one credit card to another, you don't know what that paid, what was purchased. That's a huge thing that we're having. There's no transparency in purchasing. You know that we go shopping at Macy's. You guys know that we go shopping at Macy's and Nordstrom on city credit cards. Is everybody aware of that? Past due amounts. Why would a city have past due amounts on credit cards? Past due amount of $70,778. These are things that we could find in a forensic audit of why these are happening. Why is that economic development using a city credit card, or is he using a city credit card for $6,993? Again, the Nordstroms, the Macy's, hundreds of dollars of taxpayers' money spent at a clothing store. Utilities. Why does utilities have a credit card? $327.20. We could do this all day long. Why we need a forensic audit. And this is just the financial portion of it. This isn't getting into what was purchased at, I mean, Sam's Club and Lamarque, they gotta love us, the amount of money we're spending at them, but what was bought? We don't know. It's just paid for with another credit card. You buy it with one credit card, pay for it with another. Denver trips. There was a credit card charge. If I remember correctly, it was in like Cyprus or something for about $700 at a motel. Why would we stay an hour away from the city of Marque? Just drive home. There was purchases at in Louisiana that I had found for several $1,000s. We're paying for Lyfts, Ubers. Why would we pay for a Lyft and an Uber if the council person, are we paying for flights over there so they didn't have a vehicle? What was that Lyft ride for $60 for? $60 travel, that's a big expense for a Lyft twice. I mean, we could do this all day long up here, but a forensic audit is a necessary thing. We need to audit our credit cards. We need to audit, first of all, I think we need to rein them all in, give them to Ms. Turner, because it's out of control. It's just out of control why all these department heads are spending all this money. But I would suggest giving Ms. Turner all the credit cards so she has control of them. And the food, my gosh, the food purchases around the city, hundreds and hundreds. We got $280 at Barcina's. We got $108 at Jersey Mike's. We got $20 at Chick-fil-A. We got $77 at Pizza Hut. We can do this all day long. This is the taxpayers' money. This is nuts. This is crazy, folks.
Is that the city card or the Chase card?
There's so many of them. I wish I knew. I mean, there's Citibank, there's Chase.
Mhm.
You
Now
have thousands of dollars in Amazon purchases. And then you have Amazon accounts that are just paid for with the credit card. Whose Amazon account was it? Are we paying a city employees? Are we paying a city manager? Whose account is it? And if why are we using an Amazon account and then paying for it with a credit card? Why wouldn't we just pay for it with the credit card? Does that make sense? I mean, you would just pay for it. If you're going to buy it, just buy it. Why would you buy it from one account and then pay for it with another account? Put it under this account, then put it under this account. There's so many things in here, folks, that, and this is not even a full year. It's crazy. I'm not a forensic auditor. And for somebody like me to go through this stuff and find these things, unacceptable. We need an audit. I want to know, as far as the audit too, I want to know why these new companies are being hired around here, startup companies. You know, when I went into business 10 years ago, it was a chore. It was a hard thing to do to get hired by a city. You had to have so many years experience, but we got businesses that are a year old, year and a half old, pop-up companies. Since 2020, pop-up companies, one after the other. Google them, can't find them. Get an address, look it up, it's an empty yard. We need a forensic audit. We need a forensic audit to go through and find those kind of things. What's going on? Hiring. We know people that are elected officials that are involved in the hiring process of employees. It's happening. It's happened multiple times. An audit will look at those kind of things. Hiring people, hiring contractors, all those things are a necessity. And the number one reason is because the citizens asked for it. They elected us. We need to listen to them. And I'm more than happy if anybody wants to go through this. And Ms. Turner, thank you so much for getting this and giving it to me. I know it had to have been a chore. But there's so much. I mean, there's so much. And we need somebody like you that's gonna, like you took credit cards before and put them at, you know, a penny that they could spend. That needs to happen a lot more. And I think some of this was, I think, before your time.
Yes, I just want to correct one thing that you said, and with all due respect. You said the Amazon, we're using one card to pay something with another card. with Amazon purchases, it's things that they order online from Amazon, whatever the equipment, whatever they're purchasing, and then it's paid for.
Correct, but there's actually
With-
Amazon accounts that were paid. An actual Amazon account that was paid that we found in here that it wasn't a purchase, it was a payment to somebody's Amazon account. So if the city has Amazon accounts, it, you know,
Okay.
you should pay with a check, or why would you put
Can
it?
you mark that for me?
Oh, yeah, we got it. Here, so. I mean, I don't see with just what I just explained to people, how anybody up here could say they wouldn't be for a forensic audit. And like I said, you know, against what the guy was saying online is they save you money. An audit's going to save us money. It's going to help us be a better city, help us operate better. It's going to find areas we need to improve. And so I kind of have to disagree with him on what he was saying, but I think it's a necessary thing to do. And the citizens have we had 15 people come up here and say that they wanted a forensic audit. They didn't care what it costs. So again, let's listen to the taxpayers. People been wanting it. Let's do it. Let's get it over with. And another critical thing that we need to remember is if we try to get this new software and you lose data transferring and learning this new equipment or new software system, what are the taxpayers going to say? Was it accidental? Was it intentional? I don't want to be in that boat. I don't want to answer those questions because it's not going to be good for the city. So let's do our job. Let's do what the people elected us to do. And Ms. Turner, I'm sorry you're getting, you know, drug into this being brand new here, but it's a necessity. It really is. And you stepping in, I think is something that you should ask for as well to kind of cover your bases of you know, stepping into this.
Understood.
So, and thank you again so much for providing this stuff for me. And
Okay. Thanks to my team, because we all got together and pulled it together.
thank you, man. If anybody has any questions, I'm more than happy to share this book with you. Or you can look at it with me.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Anyone else?
I'm sorry.
I have no idea. We've been 15 minutes into something and I don't know what it is.
Okay.
But Mr. Brooks is online. He is the auditor that has audited us last 2 years, and Ms. Turner is here to answer any questions about a potential forensic audit.
So has he given, first of all, hello to everyone, and to our fellow councilmen and our staff, and to the citizens that are here. Has he given us the cost for that? Have we got?
No, we do not have a cost.
We don't even have a scope.
We don't have a scope
No.
yet, so that's what we're here to do today. Okay.
That's what we were supposed to be looking at scopes. Mr. Brooks, that was a lot.
Mhm.
Was there anything in there that you'd like to respond to?
Sure. Yeah, I think the council member kind of brought up some of the concepts that I was mentioning as far as refining the scope a bit, if it was strictly P cards or if it was your purchasing policy or something like that. That's kind of in the realm of what you would want to do with a forensic investigation. So if you knew that P cards were being abused, and I'm not saying they were because we haven't seen that, but if you had a suspicion or you wanted to go that route, and you wanted to perform procedures specifically over P cards and the authorization and the receipts and purpose of the expenditures, that would be something that's kind of what you would want to walk away from with a scope for something like this. But if you just apply and maybe we're not disagreeing on that, maybe it's just how I'm explaining it, but if you were going to just apply that same concept to every transaction that the city has made for the last 5 years, there's, you know, it just has to be reined in, and possibly if you have a suspicion in P cards and that's something you want to look at a different level than we would look at for the audit, and you go that route and you find something, and you want to expand it to another area, if you have another concern, that's kind of the route you would take if you were going to look into doing something more along the lines of a forensic investigation. But there's just so many directions you could go with that finding the starting point is the first step.
What is the definition, Mr. Brooks, of a forensic audit?
It can be it's vague, but it's also pretty specific on what you're doing. You're really just trying to, if you have known or suspected fraud, you're trying to determine whether it happened. And the procedures you perform to do that can be anything you like. You don't have to, you can disregard materiality. You're not necessarily issuing an opinion over it as a whole. So you're not limited, or you can design those procedures however you like. So the definition is if you are trying to find out whether fraud happened and you have a suspicion, then that's that's what you hope to accomplish.
So if we're talking about the scope, since our Councilman Joseph Lowry has basically said that he expects elected officials have been directly involved in the hiring process, the scope of that would then be for HR, since we're talking about how to compartmentalize, I guess, this audit. Because what he's talking about is not necessarily having to do with money. He's talking about in the hiring process. So the scope of that would be what?
You would, if I was performing that, if we were going to review to see if that had occurred, we would first just perform interviews of the employees and the HR and their department heads, find out who was involved. If you had suspicion over communications through emails, and you would want to look there, but that's kind of a non-financial type investigation, so that theoretically could be performed by somebody internal, your city attorney, your police department, other internal employees. The goal would still be the same, is just to find out what actually happened and to prove or disprove your suspicion.
So that necessarily doesn't have to be a part of the forensic audit. That can be something separate.
Correct. And a lot of the things that I think you are looking to accomplish with this doesn't necessarily have to be completed by a CPA. There can be a fraud investigation is not it does not require a CPA license to do it. Quite often attorneys' offices will do it, and police departments will complete fraud investigations, or there'll be an internal audit like your the councilman mentioned. So there's lots of ways to skin a cat there.
Right. So in an effort to get the most cost-effective forensic audit, I think we need to kind of consider what to include in it. And if that's a separate issue, we can make that a separate issue. So Councilman Lowry, you were saying your issues are with HR and your issues are with the use of the credit card use? I'm sorry I was late. I've been ill today.
He said inventory, purchases, and I believe after purchases is when we started speaking on P cards.
What are P cards?
Purchasing cards.
Purchasing
city
cards.
credit cards.
Okay. And how many people have P cards?
I would have to get a count, but we are the keeper of the credit cards,
Okay.
of all the P cards. We have them locked in our finance office.
Okay.
Most directors hold their own cards on their person all the time.
Mhm.
Other departments, they're required to check them out.
Mhm.
Once they use them, they must bring them back. They sign them in and sign them out. When I started as well, I enforced a P card form. I had a training for the policies for P cards, and every person that uses purchasing cards in the city was required to sign forms. There were 3 to 4 forms, understanding that what you use your P cards for, the parameters around them,
Right.
and that you are responsible for them. You're held accountable for those cards. And I have a whole list of other requirements that they have to have, even turning in receipts. You miss one receipt to turning in, you will have your card privileges canceled. So they know
That's it.
that.
She means it.
So we're talking about maybe a scope of between 10 to 20 people may have access to P cards in a year?
Don't quote me on that. I would say, give or take, maybe 20 to 23.
Okay.
But there are many more cards, like I say, that we house, that we keep them locked up.
So
that
how
can
many
be
cards
checked
do
out.
you keep locked up?
Oh, goodness. I would have to get that count.
Okay.
Let me
All right.
check with my staff. Maybe they know the number.
I'm just, okay. That's all I have for now.
Okay.
Well, hold on, Joseph. Hold on. You gotta be recognized. Mayor Pro Tem?
The items, some of the items that Councilmember Lowry mentioned, actually, I had looked at when I first joined council, especially use of credit card. Those were items that I then asked questions quietly, you know, I work with the process. I'm a process person, and I'm looking for outcomes. And I noticed that each municipality, including Lamarque, the processes are impacted by the particular person that is in the position. So there is the city manager that we have at that time. Then we have a financial director as well too. And they have a great role in these processes and what's permitted and what is not permitted. Would you agree with me on that statement?
Absolutely.
On there, and
I came from environments where P cards is a very serious matter.
yeah, okay.
And
And
when I came here, I looked at it as a very serious matter.
and that's why, of course, I think that's why your background was one that the city manager sought to bring you aboard because of your particular experience and background. And we needed a fresh look, just like Mr. Brooks and his firm. We needed a fresh look. What I saw was a previous auditing company, CPA firm that had been employed for 13 years. And there had not been any changes made during that period of time, which is not best practices, right, on that side. And we saw that the first year after Mr. Brooks came on board. You remember that changeover, Mr. Brooks, correct?
I do.
And it was not, as I recall from discussions, at times it was not the simplest. It was not simple for you and your staff to get information from individuals that were affiliated with the company, with the city at that time. Is that accurate as well too?
I wouldn't classify it as the easiest audit, yeah, from just performance.
At that time. So,
Mhm.
but having said that, and I'm honing in on this part of the distinction of some of the things that Councilmember Lowry indicated were, as I said, items that were of interest to me as well too. But I dealt with them as a normal audit process. City of Galveston, League City, those were part of a normal audit process. That's where I'm looking to you. That's where I'm looking to Mr. Brooks. That's where we as this board of directors here also conveying our concerns. And I hope I wrote my notes, but the items that you had, put them in writing as well too, because they're now part of my checklist as well too, right? Because I want to follow up on the processes. you took it upon yourself to focus in on use of the credit cards, the P cards, which I never understood. But really, the issue there was we as members of this board, of this council, would go to conferences when I first joined, and we were embarrassed by the fact that the credit cards were denied and declined. I was using my own personal card to pay for hotels and
Yep.
paid for other people as well too,
Yes, sir.
as well. And that indicated, and the staff was also facing the same. Or the city manager, when he first came aboard, I remember a situation in San Antonio at TML, which he had to then, for several of us, he embarked on his own. He said, don't worry about it. I will put this on my card. And because our cards were declined.
No, I do not permit that.
They-
If you know that you're going to travel, our AP purchasing person, you must get in touch with finance. Of course, you have forms to fill out for your travel, right? Your per diem. You cannot charge food on your card, period. You get a per diem for that.
Right.
We would have to understand the purpose of your trip. I will then look at your card balance, look at what you may need. I'll adjust up or down, and then you must return with receipts.
Yeah.
So no, there's no more willy-nilly, things like that.
And thanks for that feedback. And it was corrected, by the way. You, in this new process, each of the district members here now has a card associated with their district.
Yes.
And it's used, I'm not sure quite how I use it. I never really take it with me. When the one and only time, I will admit this, that I took it, I lost it. I didn't know what it was, right? And I said, I don't want to see that thing anymore. And because it was just a card that I was not used to having. And but you guys have it.
Yeah, yes. So I do have all of the council cards. Actually, I lock most of them. I think all of them are locked up in finance. We go over, we pick them up whenever you guys have to make purchases, or if you want to be registered, anytime you're registered for anything, we check out that particular card, register it under your account, and then take it back to finance. So
So let me then, so it's, once again, I go back, it's part of you've embarked upon cleaning up. And thankfully, thank you, you have the purchase cards, the credit cards, so that we're no longer embarrassed when we go to conferences.
That is correct.
That's not good for the city of Lamar to do that.
Actually, I had a call today from a staff member, was out traveling. They said, oh, the card was declined. Oh, so when I go and look at it, they had already used a large portion of their balance. So I said, what is the purpose? Okay, I'm gonna expand it just a little more, give you few more hundreds of dollars.
Yes.
I have a date range. You have until this day to use that. After that, it's gonna be cut off.
And then the other thing that I've seen is that you've requested and follow up with what's the supporting documentation? This is important for auditors. What's your supporting documentation? The receipt from the hotel, those things, and we turn those in as well too. That
Right.
initially, when I came aboard, was not part of a process.
Right.
So I'll go back and say, these processes are part of the individuals that are in a particular role in
Right.
not only our city, in any city.
Right.
So some of the other items, purchases on cards, I know the credit card charges were an item, and Kyle, you may remember this was once again when I first came aboard. We were, I noticed those purchases on Amazon, and you explained to me that the IT department utilizes that to purchase a lot of the computer equipment or items of that nature. And when I requested that, I saw the supporting items, and so now, which is not to say that it doesn't require some cleanup of the process, right?
Yeah.
If I am concerned if in fact we're utilizing an individual, I wouldn't want to use my individual Amazon account, which I no longer use anymore, by the way. I use Temu now. But Amazon, I don't use, but I think the city can get an Amazon account. And perhaps they do have an Amazon account.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's legitimate, I think, and something that's, if to get back some feedback that as to that process, here's the rules that we all follow now in this area. And I go back and say this, if and when Mr. Brooks and yourself as the finance director say, look, here's a particular area that is a red flag, that we're having some difficulty, then I want to hear about that. But as to these other items, those are processes that we need to know more about, that need to be cleaned up perhaps, that we need a bit more background information, or this is how it was done over here, but now we're implementing this over here. I don't, Mr. Councilmember Lowry, we used to put all the, I saw that check registry was back online,
yes,
correct? That's back
Yes.
online.
yes.
I think it's it's delayed by 3 months, as I recall, 2 months or 3.
It's not delayed. It may be delayed by a month.
A month, okay, but
Yes, and I'll get that posted
but for a
tomorrow.
while that had gone away, so I
Right.
appreciate that.
Mhm.
So that's back online as well too. People can look at all the checks the
Yeah.
city utilizes. And so, but as to some of the, like I said, it's processes. They don't necessarily require for a quote, the expense, the cost.
Right.
And there's one other item, and our city attorneys here, forensic audits ultimately are also done in collaboration with the finance side and with the attorney side, with the legal side, because they have to be done in such a fashion as that they may ultimately be utilized in a court of law to prove something. And so that's where also a cost that you have to factor into these areas. And as Mr. Brooks said, sometimes these examinations in depth are undertaken by larger law firms. That's a role that they have, and they bring aboard other individuals. But I leave it, as I said, when you brought this up, convey this to you, Councilmember Lowry. If and when I see that there's a red flag that you guys have indicated, then I want to know more about it, that we need to know.
Would council want to see a copy of the purchasing policy?
I think that you share anything, right?
Okay.
Anything that we have there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but more importantly, that's something that our residents should know. Here, we have this
Okay.
policy. It's
Okay,
available if you wish to see it, right? As well, too.
okay. I'll forward it to Kiara so that she can distribute it to you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lowry.
Ms. Turner, what was your start date?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. What was
Myself?
Yeah.
September 11th, 2020, what are we in, 23?
23.
23. Okay. Mr. Brooks, are you still there?
Mayor?
Have you ever had like a hotline or anything? How would you have something set up, assuming that we do this, we follow the taxpayer's wish and do a forensic audit? Have you ever, how do you go about receiving tips from maybe employees or citizens that are in fear of retaliation? Have you ever done like a hotline or anything like that to where people could feel safe reporting stuff?
We do not have something like that for the general public, no. As part of our audit, we do conduct interviews with management, department heads. We send all council members a fraud questionnaire. And that's just a little bit of the piece of what we do as far as how we perform our procedures as they relate to the fraud risks. But if there's information that we are alerted to on by any individual within the city or by council member, we're going to look into it. And I will say that's quite often, that's how a lot of these additional type engagements will happen. There may be a a recommendation or a concern over a particular area brought to our attention by a council member or by city staff. And at that point, we'll take that into consideration as far as our audit procedures go and our risk assessment and what we're going to do about it. But we're always going to look at it and we're always going to take it seriously, and we're always educate ourselves on what's actually happening. And if we follow up and have another conversation and it turns into something that's potentially concerning from our standpoint, we'll immediately tell you. And if we can't share that with management, if management was involved, we would go straight to council. Now, we do, as auditors, do work for council. So we're independent, but we're working for council. So if you guys have a concern, or if there's a concern brought to us, we are going to address it.
And then another thing that you said was, you said a scope of 5 years, maybe reduce that to 3 years. That would still get the taxpayers what they want in an audit, maybe reduce it from 5 years to a 3-year period. And then I'd have to disagree with having a lawyer involved. Who's to say that the lawyer isn't part of any type of overbilling, extra billing? I mean, who knows? I mean, and having the lawyer involved, you would be paying 2 people to do the same thing. So I would think that a forensic audit would not involve or have limited involvement from anybody currently doing business with the city. Mr. Brooks, do you remember doing the Fund 12 account? Do you know anything about that when you did our routine audit?
And off the top of my head, no. Maybe if you, what does the fund account for?
Forfeiture money from the police department?
Federal forfeiture money?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm aware of that fund, yes.
You find any discrepancies with that?
I'd have to look back at our findings and see if we did. Nothing comes to mind.
But again,
I
it's
do know
not
that.
right?
I do know that fund is generally pretty small. Some fairly small activity related to the size of the city, so that that wouldn't be a fund that we would test a significant number of transactions in. But
It is a very small fund, like you said. Do you know if we followed all state and federal guidelines with the money that was spent out of that account during your routine audit?
I can't say that. I can't say that because I don't have all my
We didn't.
documentation in front of us. We did not. Okay.
We can't say that, Mr. Lowry. We can't say that. We
I didn't
cannot
say
say
that
that.
we didn't.
We can't, in your opinion, we didn't, but we can't say we didn't. You don't know that factually. So you can say in your opinion, we
do.
didn't.
And again, if everything is like some people are assuming up here, and everything is 100% clean and everything is perfect and everything is, rainbows and unicorns, this forensic audit would cost next to nothing. It would be nothing to give the taxpayers what they want, because everything is so perfect and there's nothing to worry about. It would be so simple. It wouldn't be a big cost because everything would be so easy. Everything's in line and voila, we're done. Simple.
Are you done?
Yes, it.
Well, I hate to do this to you, Mr. Lowry, but I have to say that last statement that you just made, if everything is clean and perfect, the forensic audit will cost next to nothing, doesn't even make sense.
Well, if it's all clean and everything's perfect, I mean, it would just be a breeze to go through it.
But when you,
Unless you
but
start-
you would still have to accumulate the man hours and the charges of going through it, so it would cost a significant portion.
Unless you find stuff that's there to find, then you would have to dig deeper and find more stuff, and it would be time consuming and cost money. But if everything's in order, it should be a fairly simple.
But your premise is wrong, Mr. Lowry, and that's part of the part of the issue is the folks that you have made aware of this are being disinformed, and I'm gonna show you how. But let me share this. I think that we are at a place in our time here as a council where we have to start being honest and holding each other accountable. What you just said doesn't make sense.
It does.
Because an auditor would have to go through every account to make sure that every account is squeaky clean, every line.
Yeah.
They don't do that for free, Mr. Lowry.
Yeah, but I'm saying if it's squeaky clean, there's no,
What,
it's
what,
not an
wait a
extra
minute.
investigation.
What, it doesn't, no,
And
that
the
doesn't, you said
registry-
it would cost next to nothing, and that's simply not true. Now, I'm gonna reclaim my time.
Okay.
I'm
And
gonna,
the
I'm gonna,
biggest
I'm gonna, and
the biggest
we heard
reason
you, we heard you,
is
Mr.
there's
Lowry.
lack of
We
trust
heard
in the
you.
city government.
We heard you,
Lack
Mr. Lowry.
of
Now,
trust.
I'm going to continue
Lack
to,
of trust in the
Mr.
city
Lowry,
government.
I have to let
That's
you
why we
know,
need to do a forensic audit. Lack of trust.
Gus, first time that I'm letting Mr. Lowry know that he's out of order. First time. Now, again, I have to start to push back on some of the things that I've heard. It makes no sense, people of Lamarck, to say if everything is squeaky clean, the audit will cost next to nothing. That is simply not true. You have to go through the process of auditing every line. That will cost Lamarck a whole lot of money. I'm just pushing back on what is factually true.
Are you?
You don't have to, Mr. Lowry, I'm reclaiming my time. I'm trying to have a conversation with the council, with the folks that are listening, folks that are here, Ms. Turner, and Mr. Brooks, if you will allow me to finish. I did not interrupt you. So, Mr. Brooks,
Yes,
Mr. Brooks,
yes, I'm here.
talk to me a little bit about the idea of a cost of a general overall audit. You said that an audit without scope would be too voluminous, and it would cost more time and more money than we might anticipate. Can you drill down into that for me just a minute?
Sure. So whenever we perform our audit, we have certain procedures that we go through. It's called our risk assessment. So we're performing these procedures. We have our standard set of procedures that we're going to perform. But if we find areas that are concerning, or if something's brought to our attention, like some of the matters here that are brought up, these aren't uncommon things to hear in an audit. So if somebody brings a concern over P cards up to us, that is going to be something where we would modify and extend our procedures over that particular area. That being said, our audit is designed to provide reasonable assurance. So it can't possibly look at every single transaction. It's not absolute assurance. So we use sampling, we use analytical procedures, we do tests of controls. We have multiple different procedures that are performed to give us that reasonable assurance. If we were going to provide absolute assurance and wanted to go through and look at every transaction, you basically are going to recreate the city's entire financial activity for the year, which is the items that we look at on a sample basis would just small dollar transactions that fall under our scope. We're not looking at unless there's a specific concern. So if you're thinking of looking at every single transaction, it would just be a massive undertaking, and that's just for 1 year. So the cost difference between what we do and what you're proposing in that under that scenario is just night and day.
All right, so we can settle that argument if in fact there was this general overall audit that Mr. Councilmember Lowry is advocating for. This would be serious amounts of money. Let me ask you this, Mr. Brooks. Is there any piece of information that you can get, that you are privy to, that members of this council would not be privy to? Is there something you can get from Ms. Turner that we can't get from Ms. Turner? Is there something you can get from the Chase, the credit card company, that we can't get?
The only thing I think would be personal identifiable information and payroll files, but that financial data, it could all be made by obtained by council as well.
So the only thing that you can get that we would not be able to get would be personnel information.
I believe so, yes.
Gus, would you want to lean into that?
I was just gonna say, it sounds like he's talking about like social security numbers.
Right.
And that sort of thing is what he's referring.
So we can get every line item on every credit card. We can ask Ms. Turner for every piece of information that you would use if you in fact were doing a forensic audit.
Yes. Mhm.
And then you said earlier that you would or your firm would entertain any questions that any council member would have in any area of concern. Did you say that?
I did, and
What does that
I'm
look
sure-
like for us? I have a concern. No, let's not do that. Ms. Yan, no, let's do, Mr. Ross has a concern. Mr. Ross has a concern. What does that look like?
So typically that's if we get a direct communication, a phone call or an email or a response to our questionnaire that we send out. I think everybody should be familiar with those. We send them out every year. So that's typically the easiest way to communicate to us, but our contact information is available and we're always a phone call or email away. But if something is brought up to us, we'll have a conversation with you to make sure we understand what's going on and what your concern is. If we know the answer or we can resolve it right there for you, we'll do our best to do that. But if there's a valid concern or something that's going to impact our audit or could potentially down the line, that's something we will look at 100% of the time. So if this concern over P cards was brought up to us, and I don't believe it was, I don't know if that's been provided to us at this point. This is the first I've heard of that concern. But if that was brought up to us, we would reevaluate the city's controls over the P cards and the policies, and as well as expand some of our testing in the P card area. If we did find anything that indicated that there was activity going on there that they didn't follow policy or was potentially fraudulent, we'd immediately talk to management about it. Or if we couldn't talk to management, we'd bring it to the city council directly.
So let me get this straight. So that we can just start putting some of this stuff to bed. These concerns that perhaps Mr. Ross, we're going to use Mr. Ross again, that Mr. Ross has. In fact, you're saying there is no more information that you can get that we can get. We can get all of these things on our own. And secondly, you're saying once we get these things, if we have questions, we can bring those to you. And if in fact, in your professional experience, you believe that the council needs to press more into these items, you would, through the city manager, I assume, and Ms. Turner, bring those items to council for a closer look. Does that sound familiar?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the issue. The issue that we're having in our town is, there are a few folks in our town that are asking for a forensic audit, but that's because there has been a level of disinformation that has been communicated to these residents for 3.5+ years. There has been accusation after accusation, and when nothing was found during routine audits, when Mayor Pro Tem asked that we switch auditing firms and nothing was found with a different auditing firm. Now the next level up, so that we can always accuse, is forensic audit. But it turns out that there's nothing that a forensic audit can turn up, no new information, nothing that it can uncover that we can't uncover ourselves. There's a lot of information that was brought forward this afternoon. Perhaps that information needs to be brought to Mr. Brooks and brought to Mr. Rhodey and the like, and they can get that show on the road. But in the meantime, let's clear some things up. And this is how disinformation works. Let me ask a question. This is for Mr. Osteen or David in the back, Mr. Pennington. Do y'all have Magellan shirts? Is that what you call that shirt, Magellan? What's the name of that shirt you got on? Where you get that shirt from? Here's the deal. Those Magellan shirts, I guess the Bass Pro Store, King Jackson bought a ton of them. But you know what he did with them? He wore them. And so if you see a Macy's or a Nordstrom on a credit card, all of council purchases shirts to wear with their names on them. That's what that is. Well, let's ask Kiara. What is the policy, Kiara?
And that's
No.
What-
I have the floor. And I'm the presider, Mr. Lowry. You're gonna have to learn to listen to my voice. Kiara, what has
gonna
been,
respond
you're gonna have to
to-
learn how to, you're gonna have to learn how to,
You're giving
you're gonna
out
have to learn how
misinformation. They're
to,
trying
you're
to
gonna have to
mis-
learn how to listen to
Bang
my
it.
voice.
Bang it.
You're
Go
gonna
ahead.
have to,
You're giving out misinformation. These shirts we can buy at Walmart. And
you
we
can, you,
have vendors that we use for it.
Mr. Lowry,
To say
Mr.
make
Lowry,
sure-
Mr. Lowry, Mr. Lowry, Mr. Lowry,
Mr. Lowry.
Mr. Lowry,
You-
this
you
is the
want-
second time that you are disrupting the meeting. If you continue to disrupt the meeting, I have been advised to declare that you have disrupted the meeting, Mr. Lowry.
And then declare.
That
I
you are
disrupted
out of
me.
order.
Then declare I'm out of order.
I have my time. I'm questioning the city clerk who is familiar with how we go about acquiring those apparel that we represent the city with. Now, I'm asking her a question, if you don't mind. Ms. Nance, are you familiar with the way that council and staff purchases the apparel that we wear when we are representing the city? Would you like to explain it?
There's two ways that can be purchased. Historically, we've done like an annual group order through some of our uniform partners, which typically is done through Mr. Hunter's office. But also through each department, as well as each council member has a uniform budget to access that. You know, like for my department, it's $250. I don't know what each person. But during that time, if you want to use that, if you want to purchase something during a time that we're not doing a citywide order, you are allowed to utilize those funds from wherever. Like these shirts that we have in my department came from Amazon because that's just what we purchased. But I know each council member has purchased their shirts in the type that they like from the places that they choose to purchase them from. They check out the card, they bring back the receipts, I turn them into finance.
Very good. Secondly, Ms. Turner, are you
Yes, sir.
responsible for the purchasing policy
Yes,
to make sure that it is being, that is
Adhere
being
to.
followed?
yes.
Has there, and you came to, matter of fact, Councilmember Lowry made a point to say that you were just got here in 23. And I believe, Mayor Pro Tem said that you were adamant about these P cards, right?
Yes.
Have you found any instance that these P cards have been violated, in any way or,
Not since I've been here.
okay,
Because I have had a tight rein on that going
Okay.
forward.
Okay.
So not as of yet. There have been people reprimanded about them. I'm very serious about those.
Have you not,
Well,
have
well,
you not taken
let-
cards
I'm-
from people and
I,
used
yeah,
the?
Mr. Lowry, Mr. Lowry.
Since I've been here.
If I may, Mr. Councilmember Lowry, or everyone has been, no one has been cutting people off. It is now the mayor's turn. Everyone respected Councilmember Lowry's turn. Nobody spoke over him. He was allowed to have his say. The mayor has already said more than once that each council member will have the opportunity to respond to him for purposes of decorum and efficiency, and for Ms. Turner's purpose and Kiara's purposes and mine, although yet no one's spoken to me, I would ask that we try to stick to the one at a time for
Thank you.
everyone's purposes, to
Thank-
allow for more effective discussion, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Gus.
And to everyone.
Thank you for that, Gus. I was making the point, that again, Ms. Turner is responsible for the purchasing policy. Kiara has gave us clarification on what each council member does and how they choose to represent the citizens, right? There's disinformation that comes out and makes it look, like something is happening when in actuality, we all, get apparel. We all use the apparel. I know everywhere I go and I'm representing the city, y'all see me in all my shirts, right? I think it's common sense. I think we need to move forward with some of this stuff. It's looking at a needle in a haystack, because I want to make people bad. So I'm going to find a way for them to be bad. Let's clear up Uber. Kiara, Louisiana is not Texas, correct?
No, sir.
Are there, conferences that, elected officials go to in Louisiana?
Sir, I believe the typical one would be a hurricane conference that emergency management goes to each.
Do we fly to those? Do some of us fly to those?
Some fly, some, I believe some drive, I'm not sure.
Is there, how would you propose we get from the airport to our hotel room? Do you have any ideas? on
The
that?
city does have an Uber
Okay.
account that is used to
Okay.
travel.
Okay, okay. And so I'm not gonna belabor the point, but the idea is that the city is being flooded with disinformation. And everything that I've heard up here today, we have a city finance director who is willing to look at every area of concern. We have an auditing firm that is willing to look at every area of concern. We have a council that's willing to look at every area of concern. But the concern cannot be, oh, well, we believe something's going wrong, or we believe that something's not right, because you have to have more of a scope than that. This can't be about arguments of yesteryear, or I'm upset at what happened 2 years ago, and I'm going to come in and I'm going to retaliate. That's not what government is about. We cannot use government as an instrument of retaliation. I'm not going to allow it with my one vote. If there are areas of concern, serious areas of concern, let's bring them to our finance director, whom we all said is doing a good job, to our auditor, to Joe's point, and let those people bring that to this council so that we can be fiscally responsible. Because right now we have a lot of accusations with no scope. Did you want to respond, Mr. Lowry? You can go ahead.
Yeah, that was a good spin that you put on it. I liked it. It was kind of an effective spin for people that don't know. But let's, most importantly, it's because of trust. There's no trust in our city government from the taxpayers. We're very limited. The taxpayers were very clear they didn't care about the cost. So basically what Mayor Bell's saying is we have access to records, or some, which we don't have access to all records. Even as an elected official, I can tell you that I don't get open records requests when I ask for stuff. It could take a month. It could take 6 months. There's some that I've been waiting on for over 3 years. So trust is the big thing. But what Mr. Bell is saying is we could just call the auditor and call Ms. Turner and self-perform an audit. Well, this is a volunteer position, and we shouldn't have to self-perform an audit. We should listen to what the taxpayers want. Another thing he said was call Mr. Brooks and call Mr. Rohde. He's referring to our district attorney, Jack Rohde. Well, Jack Rohde seems to not care about corrupted politicians, even when you can hand him the evidence. So that's a common thing right now in city government is not good prosecutors or district attorneys to follow up on criminal activity with elected officials. We have vendors for shirts, folks. What Mayor Bell didn't say was we have vendors. Currently, we use TNT as one of the vendors that we use. So him saying, oh, we can go to Nordstrom's or Macy's or all these other places. What a waste of taxpayers' dollars. That's gross. That is gross. We have a Walmart. Okay, this is the taxpayers' money. Okay. But again, Bo wants us to self-perform audits. It was not an Uber account. It was a Lyft account multiple times. And why are we wasting taxpayers' money to fly to Louisiana when it's a couple hours away, an hour to the border? Waste of taxpayers' money. Okay. Another thing that Mr. Brooks can audit in a forensic audit is building records. Does everybody know in the community that every single building record for the Omega Bay subdivision is missing or destroyed? Missing. Every single building record is gone. Forensic audit. It's not a wild looking needle in a haystack. There's nefarious stuff going on.
Do you know that for sure? May I speak? Do you know that for sure?
Sure.
Well, time out. Do you know that for sure?
Sure.
Well, we don't need a forensic audit because you didn't figure it out. So give what you got to the DA or to whoever the DA's boss is.
Again, let's talk about the district attorney. I've given
Okay,
him
so give it to the feds.
complaints. Maybe they have it.
Give it to the Fed. Okay. So you figured it out, but you've never shown anybody what it is. You know it.
Show you.
You have it.
Can do what?
I mean, but if it's concrete evidence,
So you can.
Mr. Lowry, let me. I'm not going to be here long, but I do need to entertain you for a minute.
You should have seen
If
working
in
at
fact,
forensic audit.
if in fact, no, I'm just pushing back. This is, the time has come, Mr. Lowry, for us to push back against the disinformation you have been putting out in this city for 3+ years. At the end of the day, if you have all the evidence, give it to this DA, to another DA, give it to the federal government, give it to whomever you want to give it to. But the problem is, it's not really evidence. It's
working-
things, it's normal. No, it's time for us to move on. It's time for us to move on.
I could understand
If,
why you'd be worried.
okay, here's the deal. Let's seal the deal so we can move on. You ready? Let's seal the deal. Okay, I'm worried about it. We're all worried about it. If that's what you believe, we, the rest of us four, are going to start governing this city. Now, if you want to join us, you can do that. If you want to stay in the corner and continue to call corruption, then stay in the corner, call corruption. Eventually, you know, whatever's going to happen with you and your corruption is fine. But us four, we're going to start governing this city.
So you already predetermined what
We're
you're
go-
saying.
I'm
You
just
already-
saying,
you
we're
already
gonna start
decided we're
governing
not
the
gonna
city.
do a forensic audit,
I'm
right?
saying,
Is that what
you have not
just said?
given,
We, us four,
you have
you
not,
already decided
you
we're
have
doing a
not,
forensic audit.
you have not given a scope. You have not given a scope, sir. You don't have a scope
You just said us four are not.
because you have not provided a scope. I'm not voting on that. Joe said he's not voting on it if it's not a scope. We're gonna move on and do the business of the city while you continue to try to retaliate against your perceived enemies. Now, where are we? I had to say that to you because it's been about 4 months coming, and we're not going to allow this, Mr. Lowry. We're gonna work up here. We need to work for them up here.
Right.
Okay,
I thought
if
that's
you,
what we were gonna
if you understand that, then let's get it. Okay, anything else? Anything else about a forensic audit or audits or money or anything else? All right, the floor is open. Final comments? Mr. Lowry, you can make a motion if
Yeah,
you like.
I'd like to make a motion to have a forensic audit.
I think it's not an action item.
Well,
Sorry.
let's get Gus. Good point, Mayor Pro Tem.
I can jump into that. So because this is a special called meeting and there is a regular meeting tonight, this item is on both agendas. So the item at 4 o'clock was for discussion. There's an
Right.
item at 6 o'clock that allows for action if you guys choose to take. it. Sorry.
Very good. Thank you for that guidance, Kara. Well, I guess we can't do that, Mr. Lowry. I guess you'd have to wait a few more minutes in the 6 o'clock hour to get that going. Go ahead, Ms. Yancey.
I'll speak after Ross.
I'm sorry, was that Mr. Ross? I'm sorry.
Mhm,
I thought
that's
that was you. Let me put my mask on. I know you.
Are we gonna, as part of this line item, we're talking about a commission or a board, are we even gonna talk about that? Or are we just gonna? I mean, at least we can have a group, if there's some accusations out there, we can get a nonpartisan group of people to look at it, maybe, I mean,
That, as far as an audit committee, that's not what this is noticed for.
okay,
Uh,
well, it's
this
just the
is just-
commission and timeline requirements.
Yeah, so as in like.
Commission is not a
commi-
commission.
Yeah, not a board,
Not
the
a-
commission, like the beginning
Yeah,
of.
yeah.
Understand.
No, I just listening to the conversation. This is it's just time for us to work. I have talked to my residents when he's talking about taxpayers. That's a few people, but I do think we can use this as a teachable moment to talk about what is a forensic audit? How much does it cost? Things of that nature. But I think it's time for us to move forward. I'm definitely tired of being the laughing stock of our county for continued allegations and things without proof. Or I think this, I think that, let's do this. And this, we're talking about taxpayer money. We do have to be fiscally responsible with how we use that. And I think we all know we're facing a very tight budget, that if we do this, we're going to have to take it from our reserve balance. And our reserve balance, we're already 90 days under, and I've been trying to get us back to 90 days. We're like, what, at 72 days?
72, 73, yes.
72 days, yeah. And so we're trying to get back up. I remember when I first got on council, we were at 113 days, based on my notes as far as reserve fund balance. So I think we have to look at all of that. And But to our residents, just continue to pray for our council. Our goal is to govern. Our goal is to represent our residents. And I know, we're having a town hall meeting October 7th. And so I'm going to look forward to hearing from District A on what they feel about what's been happening in the city. And Mayor, I'll bring that report back to this council about some of their concerns. That's all I have.
Very good. Any final thoughts? Again, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, what we have to do as a council is we have to be fiscally responsible, and that means finding the scope of an audit. And the scope cannot simply be, I think that somebody is not doing something properly. That's not what a scope is. A scope has to be found. Again, there's no information that an auditor can get that we can't get. It has to be acknowledged and brought forth to the financial experts. And if a financial expert is saying that they're willing to work with you so that if there is a problem, we would bring it to council. What in the world would we need to spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars for? It just doesn't make sense. And the time has come for us as a council to start doing things that show when something doesn't make sense, it just doesn't make sense. We have to be fiscally responsible. We have to govern. We spent an hour and 15 minutes talking about something that could be cleared up with the folks that we have before us. Now, I want to say this, and certainly we can move forward and close. Again, I wanted to drill down on this Fund 12. There's an issue. There's been a constant issue on Fund 12. Gus, have you been made aware of this issue of Fund 12? Or this question about Fund 12?
I have been. Yes, Mayor.
That's a better way to phrase it. What is your response or thoughts about this idea that Fund 12 is somehow acting or operating outside of the boundaries of state and federal law?
Sure. So as I understand it, there is a concern with the payment of a crime analyst for fund out of proceeds from Fund 12. In looking at state and federal definitions of what crime analysts do, a lot of what they do is crime prevention, and how the police use crime analyst data for crime prevention, I would defer to law enforcement on. They are better equipped to speak on law enforcement issues. But crime prevention is a permitted use for forfeiture funds. So what I've seen is it's a perfectly fine expense. Now, I've also heard that it's not. To date, that's all I've heard. I have not seen any literature or court findings that it's not a permitted expense.
Where did you hear that from?
I've heard it.
If I may, Bellman.
Hold on just a minute. I'll let you in, Mr. Lowry.
I mean,
Where did you
said just now.
No, so you haven't heard this from any professional or legal, or you're saying you've heard the allegation is what you're saying?
Right. Yes,
I got
sorry.
you.
Yes,
I
I'm
got
sorry.
you. I got you.
I'm sorry.
I got you.
That allegation has been made to me, but to date, there has been no evidence or support for that assertion. When I've asked for it, it's not been provided to me. So,
Okay.
I'm, as I tell you all, I'm happy to reevaluate as more information becomes available. But to date, there has been none, and the police tell me that they use crime analysts for crime prevention. So,
Okay, Mr. Lowry.
What Gus did say was partially true. Yes, you can hire a crime analysis, but the second part that he didn't tell you that we've had conversation about is you cannot hire just anybody. If you hire an expert in the police department or any law enforcement agency in the state of Texas, they have to be an expert in that field. They have to have credentials to back up what they do. We did not hire an expert. We hired somebody that claim to be, and not taking anything away from them, they did a very good job, but they were not a certified expert in anything that they did. That's an issue.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh.
Did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, if council's concern is with who the city hired and they would rather us hire someone else.
By law, you have to. By law, you have to hire.
Wait,
somebody with
wait.
Credentials.
Yeah.
They have to be licensed in that field. You can't just hire a random person and say, you're my crime analysis. It doesn't work like that.
Is there such a thing as a licensed crime analyst? You said you have to be licensed in that field?
In any field, you have to be licensed in any field when performing duties for the police department.
Is there a license, such a thing as a licensed crime analyst? There is no such thing as a licensed crime analyst. You can come to the microphone.
Yeah, I mean.
Mayor, if you go ahead and pose the question.
Is there such a thing as a licensed crime analyst?
They can be, but it's not required. We hired a full-time crime analyst with a grant. She's going through training. She has a master's degree. And I believe the one we're talking about was somebody we hired. He served several years as an intern with me, worked with the DA's office as an intern during the summers, has a bachelor's degree, top of his class in criminology, was an attorney waiting to pass the bar. And he worked with us and he provided all of you those reports for at least a year and a half.
Wait. He has a bachelor's degree in criminology?
Yes, sir.
Isn't criminology the study of crime?
Top of the class.
But isn't criminology the study of crime? Isn't that what it?
Yeah. Yes,
What
sir.
it is?
It's
I
study.
hadn't been through criminology. I'm looking for help. Gus, you went to school. Is criminology the study of crime?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And
Go
he
ahead. I'm sorry.
provided
Was
you all
he an
reports
expert
for
in the
several,
field? No, he
for at
wasn't.
least 2 years.
Hold on, Islam.
In fact, the city manager praised him many times. And he is now a full-time attorney in Odessa. And he did a good job.
Okay. You wanted to say something else, Mr. Lau?
You have to be an expert in the field that you're hired for, period. You can't say, and he's.
So let me ask you this, Mr. I'm sorry, I cut you off. I wanted to ask you a question about that if I
Go
can.
ahead.
So let me ask you this. You have to be an expert in that field. Where did you read that somewhere?
It's Texas law, yes, sir.
Okay, it's Texas law. So Texas law says you have to be an expert.
Correct.
Okay, so then Texas law would then, Gus, Texas law would then define expert, wouldn't it?
It oftentimes, Mayor, expert is going to be, it's not a black and white definition. If the police feel he's an expert and he provides them useful information that they use, that they rely on, then, and he's providing that expert analysis based on his training.
What training?
His
He has
bachelor's.
a bachelor's
He-
degree in
he trained
criminology.
him. He
Well-
started with us. Where's
well-
the expertise?
First of all, this is a discussion about a forensic audit, not the hiring of a contractor. So we need to be very careful. We need to stay on the topic. But the police feel he's an expert. He provided useful data to you all that you relied on, and that the city, Chief Aragon can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that data was accepted by multiple federal agencies. So
Did anybody check?
Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
did they check? I assume they do that.
Yeah.
No. they didn't.
Mayor Pro Tem, go
Why
ahead.
would they?
This is from the state of Texas. The Texas State Auditor's Office, under public safety. And it's actually, defining and, 2 levels of crime analysts. I'll pass it on. It's a PDF file. So
What'd you
to-
say, Joe? Don't leave us in
says-
suspense, Joe.
it says that the crime analyst knowledge, skills, and abilities. Crime analyst 1, crime analyst 2, for all levels, knowledge of the principles of techniques of crime analysis and the agency's policies, rules, and regulations and procedures. Skill in the operation of statistical analysis and forecasting tools. Ability to conduct analysis, and the analysis 2 level is an ability to be a lead worker, providing direction to other. There is a additional crime analyst 3, which is a supervisor of individuals of the level 2 and the level 3. The experience is experience and education. It's experience in crime analysis and criminal justice work, graduation from an accredited 4-year college or university with major coursework in criminal justice, homeland security, intelligence, or related field is considered generally preferred. Experience and education may be substituted in one area. That's the state of Texas guidelines for the auditing office of the auditor.
Okay.
And I'll send it to you.
Well, there it is. Right there before our eyes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I got one question.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Chief, if I remember correctly, your crime analyst was working on her PhD.
Prior crime analyst, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, he,
No, the female that was working,
the female we just hired.
this was last year that I met. I can't remember her name, but
Yeah, we hired one with this grant. She's got a master's degree in criminology.
she's working on her PhD right now.
I don't know, but I don't think so. In fact, she's in a course right now, but she has a master's degree. She used to work for the DA's office. So she's working on the state guru on the crime analysis has courses they go to, and he's a commander, and she and Eric did, have completed the courses required. But like I said, he had a degree in criminology.
Anything else, Mr. Ross?
Nope, that was it.
Anything else from anybody else? Well, go ahead, Chief.
Wait,
Yeah, hold on,
sorry.
Chief.
We are really,
We're-
really,
we're
really
off.
far off the topic that we noticed this meeting for. And I have an obligation to remind you all of that.
Well, Chief, you didn't have something to say about the forensic audit? I'm teasing. Don't even go there. I'm teasing. Yeah. No, we're good. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for putting us back on the focus. Anything else as it relates to the forensic audit? Well, as we get ready to entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting for a break, let's say this, certainly, two things can be true at once. We can know, in fact, that there is nothing happening that's nefarious, and at the same time still be good fiscal stewards. We can also do our due diligence to make sure through our own due diligence that nothing is happening nefarious, and be faithful stewards of taxpayer resources. We can do that work. There's nothing that Mr. Brooks or Ms. Turner can have in their possession that we cannot have. And if common sense is what we are using, then clearly if there are questions that need clarification, those items can be emailed to Ms. Turner, Mr. Brooks, CC to Mr. Rhodey, and what is this? What is it? Mr. Merrick Garland, and we can get that done without going through the entire fiscal investment of a forensic audit, unless we have real evidence, not something that we see that we want it to be something that is not, but real evidence. So that's how we do that. We govern and we do the work of governing. We do the work of opening the books. We do the work of getting the information and poring over it. And when we find something concrete, we bring that. You don't have to bring it to council. I would bring that to the DA, any DA. I would bring it to, we have how many counties in Texas? 200 and some odd counties? 254. I would, if I didn't feel good about Rhodey, I would take it to all 254.
It doesn't work like that.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, I don't know how it works. Okay, well, thank you for that correction. I would do something about it. So, there's nothing further. We will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned until 6 p.m. Good evening. City of Lamarque City Council regular agenda of September 23rd, 2024. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a regular meeting September 23rd, 2024, beginning at 6 p.m. at Council Chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer in the quorum of the City of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiera, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A,
Present.
Councilmember District B.
Here.
Councilmember District C,
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And Mayor.
Sorry, I heard B.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Nance. At this time, if you are able, please stand, and I would invite Mayor Pro Tem Joe Compion to lead us in our invocation, followed by Councilmember Kimberly Yancey to lead us in our pledge.
We bow our heads. Father in heaven, I pray for our council tonight, our residents and our visitors here at our council meeting in the city of Lamarque. We acknowledge that we do not always have clarity regarding what we should do or where we should go. We need your guidance and wisdom to help us make the best decisions at this meeting. And also, Father, we're here to honor and remember individuals that have been important for our city and our community as well, too. We pray that you always give us great understanding and clarity of thought. And always we pray in your name, Almighty Father. Thank you. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Councilmember Yancey. Tonight, we are honored to have with us members of the Higher Up Texas organization, as well as family, friends, and supporters of Mrs. Brittany Richard. And we are going to deliver proclamations to both of these entities at this time. Let me say that I had the pleasure of being a part of a roundtable discussion on last week at Lamarque High School with the special needs community of Lamarque High School. And one of the areas of need, or one of the areas of concern, was the idea that we can always have more opportunities for our teenagers. And in fact, we are here tonight with an organization that has committed themselves to doing just that. They have done a fantastic job with students from the Lamarque High School, as well as certainly they have extended themselves into, I believe, Dickinson ISD, as well as Texas City High School and beyond. And so if we are looking for a program that will benefit the young adults of our community, I would certainly ask that you consider the Higher Up Texas group. And so they have members that are here at this time. And so I'll move around the front, and certainly those members that are here to receive this proclamation, we would ask that you give your name. We'll read the proclamation and certainly we'll give you an opportunity to respond. Higher Up Texas. Miss Hillary Graham, and do you have folks that you brought with you?
Friday because they've been attend and they've been given a lot of love as they navigate life. Life's hard, there's mistakes, we all made them at 18, so why keep them down when we can elevate them up? We began this endeavor at Marque High School in last school year, and we've had 53 young adults from Marque High School participate in our program. It's not just a program for high school seniors, but they continue for years after. And then they turn the corner and then they become our network to help the younger members. So I'm very proud of who's been here, and our facilitator for Marque High School, Ms. Amy Walker, is there. She is who's working with all our Marque residents. So.
Ms. Hillary, absolutely. If you all wouldn't mind, we would certainly love for you to stand, and if you don't mind introducing yourselves to our community, we would certainly love to hear and know who you are. Very good, very good.
I'm a part of the phase two study, and I would like to say I'm my permit at the moment, and I'm working on getting my license. I graduated in November, so 2 months. I got 2 months. I'm Kim Williamson. I'm program director for phase two. I've been with now in 5 since 2019, so yeah. Thanks for having me here. Hi, I'm Yara Gordon, and I am a career development specialist. And as you can see, we do it all, and this is totally perfect. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to introduce, my name is Amy Walker. So I am the program facilitator at Marque High School. I really love being part of this community, and I'm grateful for it. I just got this one and all things.
Is that it? So, absolutely. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ms. Graham, you may approach. So it's because of the great work that we have just witnessed before us, the Office of the Mayor for the City of Lamarque proclamation, whereas Higher Up Texas was created in 2019 to better prepare and empower young adults for lifelong success in the local area, serving local high schools in Lamarque, Texas, Texas City, and Dickinson. And whereas the nonprofit organization promotes its core values through its acronym of HIRE, which stands for honesty, integrity, grit, hopefulness, eagerness, and readiness. And whereas Higher Up Texas is rapidly growing with over 486 young adult participants since 2019, impacting the participants' lives through their ability to network and obtain resources and skills that they need to be successful. And whereas the program has found success in helping many involved students feel empowered and hopeful for their futures, and with over 75% of this past year's level 1 class planning to move forward with the level 2 program. And whereas Lamarque High School seniors have been provided a great opportunity through the Higher Up Texas organization to help them finding the proper resources to help them succeed into adulthood. Now be it resolved, the City of Lamarque is proud of the progress that Higher Up Texas has made over the past several years and supports growth and leadership skills provided to the young adults in our community. And now therefore, we, the mayor and city council, by virtue of our authority vested by the city of Lamarque, Texas, do hereby proclaim September 23rd, 2024 as Higher Up Texas Day. Testimony whereof, witness my hand, seal of the city of Lamarque, this 18th day of September 2024. Let's give Higher Up a round of applause. So often we ask for the work to be done. It's good to know that there are folks in our community that are listening and responding. It is so desperately needed in our community and many communities like the great city of Lamarque. Did you want to get it? Absolutely. Come on, ladies.
And we are a group that has guys too, and just, they're all working and unavailable tonight.
That's right. That's right.
Make some room.
Thank you, sir.
Should have never been there first.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get stressed out right
Breaking down barriers, that's what it's all about.
It's time to speak? Okay. I think there's a form there on the table. While we are transitioning, if you are in the back and you don't have a seat, there are seats that have just come available, and you're more than welcome to move to the front. Thank you. So now we move toward our next proclamation, which is a proclamation for Brittany Richard. Certainly, we as a city had the good pleasure of sharing with Brittany, with the wonderful folks that have come to support her on this day. When I was with you last, I believe we were in the parking lot, and I was sharing with you, we have a council manager form of government, which means the council people don't normally interact with the staff. We interact with the folks that you see on the dais with us. We have no interaction, very limited interaction with staff. And so, but when I heard, perhaps other members of council, when we heard about Brittany Richard, we heard over and over kindness, her smile. We heard from the permitting department that she was one of those persons that was able to calm down some of the anxious persons that sought to do business with our city. That was a skill and a gift. If you know anything about city municipal government, a lot of times people come frustrated. It's a gift to be able to calm them down. Brittany, from folks speaking with us, had a gift with dealing with members of the community of Lamarque. Certainly, she transitioned and grew into a place in the finance department. I believe our finance director, Ms. Turner, is here. There she is. And certainly we learned from Ms. Turner on that day, again, that Ms. Richard was more than productive in her time in our city. And so to all of you, those are family and friends, certainly on behalf of our council and on behalf of our community, thank you for sharing her with us. She most certainly benefited our community with her love, with her care, and with her professionalism. And we will, as a community, never forget the contributions that she made to our community. And so I'll step back and will allow Ms. Turner to certainly have words if she so chooses. And then we will bring forward those persons that will receive this proclamation.
I won't be here long. I just want to tell Danielle and Aaron and Ariana, thank you. Y'all had a beautiful mother and a beautiful daughter. I don't know why I got up here because I knew I was gonna cry. But Brittany was very kind, very sweet. She was one of my accountants on my team. She brought a level of joy and pleasantness to our team. And we're gonna miss her. So thank you all for coming today. I can tell she's very loved because I see this large family, and that's special. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. On behalf of Mr. Pritchett, please come down so that you can be a part of this presentation, and our city manager who's out of town on business, Mr. Garcia. Certainly those members who are here to receive the proclamation tonight, please come forward. If we can fit everybody and you all would like everybody after we read the proclamation, we'll get everybody in a picture. We can do that. We can do that. You stand right here and we're going to read it. And then we're going to get as many folks as we can right across the front, if you all like, to get a picture with this proclamation. Let me begin reading. Office of the Mayor of the City of Lamarque Proclamation. Thank you, Ms. Nance. Whereas on April 19th, 1991, lifelong Lamarque resident Brittany Richard began this life. And whereas she was known to be a mama bear, continually showing support and love to everyone she encountered, and knew how to take on the world with her infectious smile and positive attitude, whereas her chronic positivity was not only present in her personal life, but very present in her professional life as well, having served in financial roles in both Texas City Independent School District as well as the city of Lamarque. Whereas among all of her wonderful attributes as a person who loved life beyond measure, she was most proud of her family, especially her children. And as a dreamer, she continuously strived toward providing that education is limitless and providing a message to her children that their futures can be bright as long as they continue to go after their dreams. And whereas Brittany may have departed this life on August 30th, 2024, but her legacy will live on as a beautiful daughter, sister, mother, and as a true friend. And now be it resolved that the city of Lamarque mourns the tragic loss of Brittany Richard alongside family, friends, and the community. And now therefore, we, the mayor and council, by virtue of our authority vested by the city of Lamarque, Texas, do hereby proclaim September 14th, 2024 as Brittany Richard Memorial Day. The city of Lamarque, and do hereby extend our deepest sympathy to those who knew and loved her. Testimony whereof witness my hand, the seal of the city of Lamarque, Texas, this 12th day of September, Keith Bell, Mayor. God bless you, and certainly if you want to be a part of this photo, you can approach at this time. I think we want to get
Don't be shy. Everybody come up. Come on.
God bless you. Good job, David. Right? If you have come for the proclamation, and you wish to leave, we're going to give you about 30 to 45 seconds to exit now before we move to the next part of our meeting. If you've come for the proclamations and you're wishing to leave, there's going to be a little commotion, so we're going to stop and let you leave if you're choosing to leave. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, if I may.
All right, let's okay. Council, we ready to move forward? Let's do it. Number 5, citizens' participation, limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who signed up to speak may speak to council for limited to 3 minutes. If you're wishing to speak, give the mayor, the presiding officer, your full legal name, your address, and item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. If you're participating via the Zoom platform, via smartphone, tablet, or computer, excuse me, you may use the microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. If you are visiting here with us in person, you may, thank you, Karen. You may fill out a form and you will be heard when your turn arrives. Kyle, are there any persons online wishing to speak? What happened? Very good. Let's move now to those that are here in person. Let's start with Anita. I don't believe that this is an actual valid. Gus, I'll let you deal with that. I don't think that's a valid name. Richard Holcomb. Welcome, Mr. Holcomb. Name and address for the record, please.
2708, Richard Holcomb, 2708 Magnolia Drive. And I would just like to say that I come up here and complained a couple of weeks ago about the grass in JC Park. And 2 days later, the old contractor was back, cut the grass. So I want to tell y'all, thank y'all for that. And I was going to say something about the forensic audit, but I see that y'all having meetings on that. So that would be nice, I think, for the city of Lamarque. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Holcomb. Mrs. Clara Holcomb. Is Miss Clara here? Hey, Miss Clara. Welcome. Name and address for the record. Good to see you again.
Good to see the council tonight. I just want to quickly address the water bills again, because I paid the one in August for August 26th, and my one for September is not due till the 30th. I see that my water bill is read on the same day every month. It would be nice if one date, a certain date could be selected to help. To me, if you changed the dates and now next month it's due 3 or 4 days earlier. Well, the day after you do not pay your water bill, more bills are generated with the late fees and the disconnect fees. And I think we could save some expenses if we had a set date and then every resident knows their bill is due on the 28th or the 30th, or when you send them out on the, or they're due the second Monday. They would have a set date instead of a day that it's due. I think that might help the city on expenses and the residents on having a set date. I started a comment last time about being 65 and over. And just to let residents know, if you are and you live in your own home, you can register with the water department. So if you can't pay your water bill on time, they will forgive the late fees and the disconnect fees if you're over 65. And then I do like that I see the forensic audit on the agenda. It is something I think we need to do to move forward. And then I'm gonna make a comment, Mayor, to you.
Yes, ma'am.
That was a very good lecture or whatever you'd like to call it at the
Mhm.
last council meeting, reminding everyone up here what their purpose is here and how they got here. And I just want to remind everybody, there is no I in team.
Yes, ma'am.
Good job.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
y'all.
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Tammy is it Steam Barge? Welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
5109 Casa Grande Street, Dickinson, Texas.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
And I'm nervous and I'm just gonna go off
Okay.
kind of the cuff, but because Dickinson has been brought up a lot here, and I guarantee you Dickinson's fixing to turn the page, okay? We got two great candidates and we're essentially in this mess because of our city council and the mayor and the decisions that have been made and the way that the citizens have been treated, right?
Okay.
And I am so sick of hearing people talk about social media and the citizens, because the truth is it's all we have. It is all we have. We get our 3 little minutes up here. No one ever comes, I have never heard, and all I talked about were audits not being done, conflict of interest. No one ever came and said, hey, let's work this out, right? And so what kept, and it just kept festering and festering and festering until the point of, we create Facebook groups because this 3 minutes isn't enough. Y'all have the ear. Dickinson and Lamarck has the ear of Galveston Daily News, without a doubt, and it's not fair. The only thing we have to do is create a Facebook to get our message across. This own council has talked about me in ways that are not fair and are not true. I have now been accused of carrying a gun in the opposition at a Black Lives Matters march in Dickinson. I told that person, I am a convicted felon. I cannot even own a gun. And they said to me, so is Joseph Lowry. I'm like, I don't know about Joseph Lowry. I can't own a gun. That's saying I committed a felony, and you're putting my life in danger when you're telling the NAACP that. And I had a conversation and I was texting with this council and they added a person into it. I don't even know if you can do that, but that's scary to me. That is
It's okay.
scary to me to think that that may happen, right? And that people may think I honestly have a gun. I don't have a gun. I did go and have that on the record and get a case number because I can't protect myself if someone comes at me. None of y'all sitting up here, I've been watching y'all. My husband thinks I'm a nerd. I don't even watch TV. I watch city council meetings. I learned a lot from y'all in y'all's budget seasons because it's interesting to me. But everybody has a responsibility, I mean, I see y'all are struggling, even though it's not written, the paper that it's written on. We have an ethics, and y'all go under the city ordinances of Dickinson and you look at their ethics and boards and what's expected.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
1 minute and I'll stop.
We can't do 1 minute. We
Oh,
can't do
okay,
one.
and what's expected
You can finish that sentence and then we'll have to move on.
and the process, and I think it would help y'all a lot.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Tammy. Mr. David Pennington. Welcome, Mr. David. Name and address for the record, please.
David Pennington, 924 Cypress. Mayor and Council, tonight I'm here to talk about item 8.1, which is the Galveston County Auto Times Task Force. I think this council needs to consider whether we need to participate in this or not. Now, I know we've been participating in it for years and years. We've been participating when other cities haven't. Right now, there are only 4 agencies participating in this program: Galveston, Lamarque, Galveston County Sheriff's Office, and Brazoria County Sheriff's Office. But there are 34 coverage agencies that they support. Now, I notice in your packets, if you look on page 938, you will see a report that was provided in this year. Lamarque had 41 recoveries for the year 2023. And it's cost us, and I don't have last year's figures, so I'm going to use this year's, $40,000 and one of our police officers to participate in this program. Texas City had 178 recoveries. You know how much it cost them? Not a dime, nothing. League City had 117 recoveries. You know how much it cost them? Nothing. Santa Fe had 10. Hitchcock had 21. Friendswood had 29. You know how much it cost them? Nothing. Dickinson had 39. You know how much it cost them? Nothing. These cities don't participate in this program, but yet our money, our tax dollars, and our officer are providing support to these other cities and agencies. I don't think it's fair. Like I said, for years, this city has participated in this. I don't think we've ever opted out, but I think maybe it's time for us to consider opting out. I don't like to see my tax dollars spent on the rest of Galveston County. I'd rather see it spent here in Lamarque. And from this report, it looks like out of 701 recoveries last year, and Lamarque only had 41. Are we really getting our money's worth out of this? When you get to this agenda item, I would like for this council, someone on this council, to justify how we can justify to me how we can, this expense is worth our money. And an officer of ours being dedicated to an outside agency, how can we justify that? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Carl Beard. Welcome, Carl. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, council. My name is Carl Beard. I'm a Galveston County resident. I'm here once again to actually speak to you about the actions of a certain council member, but I'll address the council as a whole. This person, upon censorship the previous week, went out into the actual parking lot and began to harass another council member's kids. The same person, upon me actually attending the local council meetings and mayor's meeting over in the city of Santa Fe, had someone in the room actually take surveillance pictures of me while I was there. But then that same person actually came up to me while I was there and insinuated that I was invited to the mayor's and council meetings instead of this council member, only to find out that this council member actually RSVP'd for that meeting, and he chose to use his time instead of going to that meeting and representing the city. That person used their time to actually have a meeting to further harass another council member's kids. This same person went on after the actual censorship meeting to release via social media posts what I would consider threats towards the city. He actually referenced a dude named Marvin Haymair. If most of you actually look at a Netflix special, Marvin Haymair is the guy who fashioned the bulldozer into a tank and actually leveled the town because he had an ongoing spat with the local city council. He also referenced parabellum. If you actually look up the word parabellum, it refers to a semi-automatic firearm. The same person has put different things on social media with him riding around with guns, bulletproof vests, and tactical gear. I'm asking the city as a whole to actually open up an investigation into this person because this person is a known felon in other states' jurisdictions. We were originally told that this person did have expungement, but we need to go on the record and actually ask this person, are you a felon? And if you are a felon, it would disqualify you from actually sitting on this council. And it's about time that we know this. The same person has alleged that other city leaders are criminals. Myself are a thug. I'm a leader of the Crip gang. That person has no proof to that. And coming from a city official, it holds weight. I shouldn't have to walk in a local restaurant such as Kelly's and have people I don't know walk up to me and ask me if I'm a gang member. I served in the United States military. I also served as a member of the congressional staff. That wouldn't make me a thug. Never been arrested for drugs or anything. But this person goes around town and alleges that I'm a criminal conspiring with other city officials to steal money. He's actually quoted an amount that I was allegedly stole from the EDC, which was $70,000 for a Circle T restoration project. So I'm asking the city at this time to actually investigate this person. And if it is some validity of the claim, actually turn it over to Jack Rody's office, even if it's against myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Roger Salazar. Welcome, Roger. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is, excuse me, can you hear me? There you go. Hello, my name is Roger Salazar, and my address is at 2525 St. Christopher Avenue, League City, Texas. Before I speak on the matter, or read for that matter, of concern, before I speak on the matter of concerns I have, I want to make sure I have the address for City Hall correct. Is it 1111 Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me say that I am not a public figure, and nor is Mrs. Salazar. There is a councilman on here that has a news network and is being investigated by CPS and law enforcement. I'm here to correct him and ask him to stop telling people that my wife is involved with his alleged criminal investigations. His infatuation with her needs to stop. Also, the city of Lamarck needs to correct these allegations. I say the city of Lamarck because according to the social media address for Lowry News Network, its address is 1111 Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas. Go look. Here's a copy for you. Would you like a copy right now? It's not the first time. It's not the first time he has slandered my family on this page. My wife filed an ethics complaint and police report. This council has yet to speak out against what he said on that page or email. This man is being investigated for allegedly abusing his kid, and it's on camera. Release the video because my wife has nothing to do with the allegations being made, and the video will prove that. I have copies of the report with me. Brought extra copies, and you can expect my attorney will contact you all. Oh, and the city is liable for what the media rag is posting online because it's y'all's address on there. And any reasonable, prudent person, okay, would, come to the conclusion that, well, it's this news network, this media, sleazy media rag is connected to the city of Lamarck. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Salazar. Rashard Loftus. Welcome, Rashard. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Rashard Loftus, 309 Johnson Street. I got two items I want to speak to. First one is about the forensic audit.
as I said the previous time before, I'm really tired of hearing about it. And if it's something that the council wants to do, just go ahead and move forward with it. But in the event you do get there, I want you to make sure that you look backwards to when we had a former mayor who used to ride around in a city vehicle using city resources. Some of these same people that's asking for this forensic audit 3 years backwards has failed to mention the former city manager that was driving around in this vehicle against the city charter. That begs the question, why? Also, we had a former city manager who perhaps maybe need investigating around about 2019 during COVID, when this city office was closed and wouldn't open for whatever reason they chose not to open the city hall. So let's make sure that if you do this audit, let's go back there. Start way back there when those folks were here. Don't just stop when certain individuals got on this council. Take it further back. And then I want to talk about item 8, the purchase of John Deere equipment. I've done some research as far as price, side by side with another type of machine that I've shared with the city manager. And I'm in disagreement with the purchase of this piece of equipment because of my qualifications with equipment and such in my 20 years in public works. The equipment y'all gonna spend money on is subpar. You're gonna spend $11,094 for a John Deere piece of equipment with a 25 horsepower engine, when you can spend $1,400 more and get a better machine. And I've expressed that before, and sometimes people don't listen to rhyme and reason, and I don't know who's making this decision, but I'm just going to let you know that as a taxpayer and someone who knows what the hell they're talking about when it comes to these pieces of machine, that it would be better if you spent $1,484 more and got a better piece of equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Loftus. Item 6, public hearings.
If I may, Mayor,
I'm sorry.
is there a Miss Anita here who wishes to speak? Sorry, Miss Anita?
Yeah.
She's not here.
Yeah. Well, move forward. Item 6, public hearings. Conduct public hearing to hear public input on 6.1 ordinance number. And Gus, I'm going to read all these, if that's okay.
That's absolutely fine.
Is it okay if I do one big public hearing?
Yes.
All right, let's see. If we can
As
get
long,
through.
everybody can speak on each item, but
They'll just have to come up and say which one. All right, let's see if we can get through this rather quickly. Public hearings, conduct a public hearing to hear public input on 6.1 ordinance number letter O-2024-0016, amending the City of Lamarque American Rescue Plan Act ARPA Fund allocation. 6.2 ordinance number letter O-2024-0017, making appropriations for the support of the City of Lamarque fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024, ending September 30, 2025, appropriating money to a sinking fund to pay interest and principal on the city's indebtedness, and adopting the annual budget of the City of Lamarque 2024-2025 fiscal year. 6.3 ordinance number letter O-2024-0018, levying ad valorem taxes for use of operation of the municipal government, the City of Lamarque, Texas, for the 2024 tax year, providing for apportioning each levy for specific purpose, and providing when taxes shall become due and when the same shall become delinquent if not paid. Ordinance 6.4. 6.4 ordinance number letter O-2024-0019, amending section 32 of the City of Lamarque, Texas Code of Ordinances, making various findings and providing for an effective date. And item 6.5 ordinance number letter O-2024-0020, sanitation residential rate increase effective October 1st, 2024. We are closing the regular scheduled meeting at
6:47.
6:47. Those 5 items that I just read off, are there any persons online wishing to speak to items 6.1 through 6.5? Any persons online wishing to speak to item 6.1 through 6.5? We'll move now to those that are here in person. Any person in the audience tonight wishing to speak to items 6.1 through 6.5? Any persons tonight wishing to speak to items 6.1 through 6.5? We'll close the public hearing at
6:48.
We'll reopen old business items presented to council for discussion and possible action. Ordinance 7.1, ordinance number letter O -2024-0016, amending the City of Lamarque American Rescue Plan Act ARPA Fund allocations. Council, this is the second reading. Certainly, we have investigated and debated about these items. Let's move expeditiously, and I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? 7.2, ordinance number letter O -2024-0017, making appropriations for the support of the city of Lamarque for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2025, appropriating money to a sinking fund to pay interest and principal due on the city's indebtedness and adopting the annual budget of the city of Lamarque for 2024-2025 fiscal year. I will entertain a motion. There are only three of us.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Voice vote.
Voice vote, let's go. They're not here. I don't know what you want to do about that.
Do I need to?
No, just call the ones who are here.
Sure. Councilmember District A,
Yes.
Councilmember District B is absent, Councilmember District C is absent, Councilmember District D,
Yes.
Mayor.
Aye.
Overall
Item-
passes 3 ayes and 2.
Did you want to vote, gentlemen? Did you want to vote?
On the budget.
Budget.
You vote aye? Well, she has to call your name, Joe.
Okay. Councilmember District B,
Aye.
There it is, man. I'm telling you. You're doing good, Joe. Did you want to vote, Mr. Lowry?
No, sir.
All right, we're moving on now to item 7.3. Ordinance number letter O -2024-0018, levying ad valorem taxes for the use of operation in municipal government of the city of Lamarque, Texas for the 2024 tax year, providing for an apportioning each levy for specific purposes, providing when taxes shall become due, when the same shall become delinquent if not paid. I will entertain a motion.
Move to
I hear a motion. I hear a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in
voice vote.
voice vote. You have at it.
Councilmember District A,
Yes.
Councilmember District B.
Aye.
Councilmember District C,
Aye.
Councilmember District D,
Yes.
and Mayor.
Aye. Thanks, Gary. Item 7.4, ordinance number letter O -2024-0019, amending section 32 of the City of Lamarque, Texas Code of Ordinances, making various findings and providing for an effective date. I will entertain a motion. This item was tabled. We discussed it. Certainly, we got clarity on it. Let's act on it. I will entertain a motion.
Just a
Did you want a little time, Joe?
request for information
All right,
to
Five-
clarify.
5 minutes, Kyle.
Just to clarify,
Go ahead,
the
Joe.
purpose and intent of this was,
Yes, so last time, Mayor Pro Tem, you asked some questions about would this increase costs for existing homeowners?
yes.
Yes, I'm present today. She's available on via Zoom is Debbie Vosick. Debbie is who the city has hired to assist with floodplain management issues, the outside consultant. Debbie, are you there?
I am, yes.
Hi. So the Mayor Pro Tem last time had asked if this would increase the costs for existing homeowners. Did you want to comment on that?
It would not increase costs. Well, I'm sorry, let me backtrack that. If a home were determined to be substantially damaged, which I think was the issue at the time, then the structure would have to be brought into compliance and possibly elevated. So in that way, it would incur a cost to come into compliance.
Right. And substantially damaged means damage to the home in amount of 50% of the value, 50% plus 1 of the value. Is that correct?
Yes, from any origin, only for structures in the floodplain. So if a structure is in the floodplain and it catches on fire, and then so the homeowner comes in to do a repair work, then if it's 50% or more of the improvement value, then they would have to bring the entire structure into compliance with the flood ordinance.
Now, just explain to me how that works. If I live in Omega Bay, this is really directed, a lot of it at Omega Bay or properties along the bayou, correct? If am I right in saying that?
This is NFIP minimum criteria. It applies to every structure in any
Well,
city.
Well, I know that. Well, I guess it would be, I flooded, my home flooded. So I guess I'm impacted after Hurricane Harvey. And under this, on the rebuild, if I would have made a substantial improvement on the property, I would be, what, assessed a higher tax rate or what?
No.
No?
No, it's not a higher tax rate. Debbie, did you want to answer that?
I can't speak to that. I don't, if you brought in your own private appraisal because you didn't think that the improvement value by the appraisal district was fair, you could bring in your own appraisal and that might have an effect on your tax rate.
Yeah, and I guess to try to better drill down to your question, Mayor Pro Tem, the ordinance as it sits today is new construction or substantial improvements have to be located as to prevent water from entering or accumulating within the content. We added at or above base flood elevation plus 1 foot in keeping with NFIP standards. That's what that is the addition. What is redlined in you all's packets is what the proposed addition is.
Okay. And just, I guess, my question then finally would be, is there an opportunity for us to go back at some point and revisit or update something that we find particularly onerous or objectionable in this, what's it referring to? It's the floodplain. It's a section 32.
Chapter 32.
Yeah.
This, like any other ordinance, this council and future councils may amend at their pleasure.
At their pleasure. Okay, if there's an amendment, okay. I move, I'm fine.
You good? Are you making that motion?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second? Not all jump up at once. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
No.
Okay, wait, well, hold on just a minute, Ms. Lowry. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 4-1. Item 7.5, ordinance number letter O -2024-0020. Sanitation residential rate increase effective October 2024. Council, again, we have discussed this, debated, and considered this item. Certainly, on this second and final reading, we ought to be inclined to act. I will entertain a motion.
No move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, guys, we are back at 7.6 and 7.7. Is today the night? Is tonight the night, or do we have another 2 weeks?
Tonight, I believe, is the night.
No, please, tell me no. Is tonight the night? Shucks. All right, council. 7.6, TML Board of Trustees election, casting votes for the Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool Board of Trustees election. Council, we've had weeks to get to know these persons, their resumes, perhaps even contacting these persons. I will entertain a motion. Is that what you're needing here? A motion on a selection. And then if we select that person, all of our votes would go to that person. Is that how that works?
Yes.
Council, we need a name, and we've run out of time. I will entertain a motion for a name.
You know, very difficult on these things because I don't think, well, I have some personal friendships with some people, but we really don't know them in
Yeah.
terms of who's going to be our best advocate on the risk pool. And the risk pool is what our city utilizes for its liability insurance, correct? And,
Correct.
and what else? This is for our participation in the TML health insurance policy?
I am not sure about the health insurance policy, but the city's general liability policy and E&O, I believe is, but our boat, general liability is, I believe it, your E&O and it is as well through the intergovernmental risk pool. Yes.
I don't have a recommendation. I don't, Mayor.
Well, we're gonna sit here all night, Joe, until somebody recommends. Everybody here is gonna sit all night.
I recommend Joe Zimmerman.
I believe that's on item 7.7.
All right, what do you got, Joe? Did you?
On item. Is that the one?
Randy Criswell and Robert Davis are the two nominees.
So there are,
For place 11, there is
11,
12, 13,
I was like, there's 4
Okay.
places.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was
There's
going,
there's a fellow from Santa Fe. Is that the one? Is that I'm looking at the right list?
So we're picking
Place 12?
Place 12, Mathis, Gladewater, sure.
Rudy Zapata?
Yes, that is for place 12.
Okay, so.
We need one for each.
I believe
Place
so, yes,
12,
sir.
place 13.
Place 11, 12,
12,
13,
13.
and 14. Although place 14 only has one candidate.
Okay, so we would have to name that name for place 14 as well?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
So Rudy Zapata for
Place
place
12.
12.
Rudy Zapata for place 12. Let's take all these together. We need one for 11 and 13.
I would recommend on place 11,
Mm-hmm.
Robert Davis.
Robert Davis. Does anyone object to Robert Davis on place 11?
no.
Very good. Now we need 13 because 14 is by itself. By him or herself. 13.
I'd move for us to support Harlan Jefferson on place 13.
Harlan Jefferson, place 13. Any objections to Harlan Jefferson, place 13? 14 is unopposed.
There, Mike Land.
Mike Land for 14. Any objections to Randy Criswell for 12? Robert Davis for 11, Harlan Jefferson for 13, and by virtue of running unopposed, Mr. Mike Land for 14. Any objections?
It's Robert Davis, place 11, Rudy Zapata, place 12, Harlan Jefferson, place 13, and Mike Land for place 14.
So not Randy Criswell. Rudy Zapata, I'm sorry,
Rudy
my
Zapata.
apologies. My apologies. Let the record reflect. We need a second for those nominations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I second.
Very good. Since we don't necessarily know these people, we're doing the best we can. I'm going to assume there's no discussion, but I'll ask anyway. Any discussion? Very good. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 7-7. TML Region 14 Board of Director ballot, casting votes for Texas Municipal League, Region 14 Board of Directors. I will entertain a motion. Is that Mr. Criswell?
Mr. Zimmerman.
Mr.
Zimmerman?
Zimmerman.
That Councilwoman Yancey meant.
Did you nominate Mr. Zimmerman?
I
What's
did.
Mr. Zimmerman's first name?
Joe.
Joe.
Joe Zimmerman. Is there a second?
second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 7-8, forensic audit, considering the commission and timeline requirements for a citywide forensic audit. Does anyone want to lead this discussion?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lowry.
Discussion on the audit, just as we said earlier, I think it's a necessity for the city. The citizens want it, they've requested it, they've weren't concerned with the cost of it. There's a lot of the whole scope of things that it can cover. And I'd like to make a motion to have a forensic audit done.
Very good. Is there a second? Well, let's slow down. Let's slow down. What is you got to give context, Mr. Lowry, to your motion. Is the motion just in general? I want to make a motion to have a forensic audit done. Is that 50 departments, 50 line items? Is that
The city of Lamarck will.
the entire city of Lamar?
Broad audit, yes, sir.
Okay, okay, all right. Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Lowry, your motion fails for the lack of second. Is there any other discussion, any other motion on item 7.8? Well, let's just end this discussion. We had a workshop earlier, about 4 o'clock. We learned a few important things in that workshop. Number one, scope of audits are important. We learned that a blanket forensic audit will be a very costly endeavor to our citizens, and clearly 5 or 6 of 20,000 of them said that they didn't matter the cost. It's 20,000 people that live in our city. And so the auditor continued to share with us, we need a scope they have to look for something. It can't just be a blanket because that'll be extremely costly, especially when we're at 70 some odd days of in our reserve fund. Now, moving forward, one of the things that we can do, we did learn, is that there is nothing that an auditor, there's no piece of information that an auditor can get that we as a council cannot get. We can get the same information. We learned that. We also learned that the auditing firm and Ms. Turner have shared with us that they would be willing to look at any line item before we get to a forensic audit. Look at any line item that we would like for them, that any council member, not just myself, you don't have to have a council vote, any council member can say, look at this line item. And they would look at that line item, and not just Ms. Turner, but Mr. Brooks, who is a representative of an auditing firm. And if there are any issues, they would certainly bring those issues to council. And so that's where we are. The idea is we have to dig deeper. You have to have a scope to a forensic audit. If not, certainly you are using city resources in a way that may not be fiscally responsible. If there in fact are issues, those issues can be found, and those issues can be turned into not just our finance director, but our auditor, the district attorney, certainly the federal government, or whoever these other persons would be that could potentially look into and prosecute any potential crimes. So that's where we left it. Those of you that were not here with us earlier, that was the scope of our discussion. And this council remains steadfast in our willingness to explore any subject, to explore any line item. But at the end of the day, there has to be a scope. It cannot be a blanket. Let's do this. That's costly to our residents. So,
Mayor Bell, if I may.
Yeah, you may.
It could be broad, and that's how you, the forensic audit, that's what it does. But you say fiscally responsible, but yet we find that we're staff are buying shirts at Macy's and Nordstrom, and you're saying fiscally responsible, but we have people flying to Louisiana, we're an hour from the border. We also don't know how much money that's been given to nonprofits to the city of Lamarck, because there's no tracking of that, which we have donated to lots of nonprofits. When I put in open records request before, I was denied or told that didn't happen and that there was no way to track it, but now I can prove otherwise. I'm not going to get into who received the $7,500 that was given by the city. There was also, it was alleged that our city demanded the $7,500 back, which it wasn't after speaking to that individual. But those are the things that we need a forensic audit for, and a broad forensic audit. So again, I want to go with the will of the taxpayers, and not just, bring up it's going to be costly or, these other excuses. I just want to stick to the facts that there's been people that have had unlicensed businesses that have received money from the city of Lamarck. where's the checks and stuff in that and the balances? So, nonprofits, unlicensed businesses, buying shirts at Macy's, Nordstrom's, flying to Louisiana, you said we have an account with Uber, but do we have an account with Lyft? Because it was actually Lyft accounts that was used on the credit card. But just the vast amount of money that was spent with travel in the city of Lamarque was shocking. But council doesn't support it, so it's up to the citizens. If they want to speak out, they can speak out in support of a forensic audit. But obviously, there's a reason that people up here don't want to do a forensic audit. I'm for it, you're against it, and we'll leave it at that.
But we won't leave it at that.
I knew you wouldn't.
Yeah, we're gonna share some things about what was said. Well, seems like to me that Macy's or Nordstrom Rack would be a store that you would purchase clothing. Seems like to me every person on this council and staff members, we wear shirts with city logos on them. So you have to find the shirts from somewhere. Perhaps Joe likes to shop at Piggly Wiggly's and Ms. Yancey likes to shop at iBands. Y'all remember iBands. But we all shop, we all get shirts and we get them printed because when this council, the cool thing about this council is when we go into the community, we want to be identified so that you would know, okay, that's our representative. And not only that, you see Miss Nance doing it. You see Rick has a shirt on. There's probably some folk in the back that have shirts on. So that's easily kind of clearing that up. Well, you're flying 1 hour across to Louisiana. Does Lake Charles have an airport? I'm sorry. Who's flying to Louisiana 1 hour? Clearly people are going to the hurricane conference in New Orleans, Louisiana. And we've said that to you, that we go almost every year to the hurricane conference, and we just had a whole hurricane that passed through here. And so people flying to New Orleans are people that are flying to a hurricane conference, right? So, well, let's look a little deeper. And then when you fly to another city, you don't have a car. So the very next thing that I would think about is that you would use an Uber or Lyft, and most people don't realize, they don't know what. Let me just tell you about me. I get to a city and the first thing I try to do is find a way to get in touch with Miss Nance so that she can get me a car to the place that the conference is. And so I don't know if it's Uber or Lyft. She just says, stand out here and the car's blue. That's what she says. All right. So here's the issue. The issue is when you take pieces of information and you pull them out and you want to have a premise that is you already have a judgment in mind, then you have to find things that are consistent with the judgment that you have made. When the auditor and the finance director and everyone who can help you, when their help is refused and you go straight to forensic audit, it is because you found nothing in the regular audit. You found nothing in the information, the pieces of information that you have already analyzed. And yet, Councilmember Lowry, you're up here saying that I have the proof. I already have it. Well, what do we need an audit for? If you already have the proof, just go on and give it to the people. Just give it to them. Now, having said all that, certainly, if we're going to move forward in this way, we need what's called a scope. Somebody has to say, this is an area of concern. Now, you brought up 3 or 4 things just tonight, but when I asked you about a motion, you didn't even scope the motion out. You said a broad audit, and yet you just talked about 3 or 4 things. So why wouldn't you scope those things out if you really want to find out what's happening with things that you already have information about? You've already gotten the credit card receipts and things of that nature. I'll let you respond if you want to.
Yeah, I'll respond. So we were talking about being fiscally responsible.
Mm-hmm.
So the hurricane huddle, we flew there. So let's fly from now on. Let's fly to all the events in Texas too. Let's fly to San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, Austin. We're being fiscally responsible, drive a couple hours. I mean, we can go back and forth on this all day. At the end of the day, it's trust. There's no trust in our city government. I don't trust the information received because I have been given false information from my city government too many times to even count. But we're supposed to trust everybody working at the city of Lamarque. Okay, I have dozens of open record requests that have not been fulfilled properly, some dating back several years. So we're just supposed to trust that we'll get everything that we ask for. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. So at the end of the day, it's also a trust issue because we don't get the information. There's lack of transparency. We don't get the information that we request. So we can go back and forth for all night if you want, but
No. We won't go back and forth. We don't need to go back and forth all night. I will just simply see your lack of trust and raise you, if we were playing poker, perhaps we're not, and raise you the idea that you are the spreader of the disinformation. You have for 3.5 years spread disinformation. You've been saying corruption, crooked, corruption, crooked, 3.5 years, Mr. Lowry. Also over $150,000 to, according to your own admission, that somehow I'm getting the top investigators, I'm getting lawyers, I'm getting attorneys, I'm getting this, I'm getting that. And 3.5 years, over 150, according to your own
200.
admission, over $200,000, 3.5 years. There is nothing to find, and you just got to move forward, sir. You have to.
No, let me correct you.
Okay, you can correct.
There
Please
has
do.
been multiple cases filed with the district attorney.
Okay,
Now, if we have a weak district attorney that won't
Okay.
pick up charges, that doesn't mean the crimes weren't committed.
okay. So now we
That
have a,
doesn't mean the
I'm
crimes
sorry,
weren't
I'm
committed.
sorry, go ahead. I didn't want,
And so, forensic audit, let's go into.
give us about 5 more minutes, Scott. Go ahead, go ahead.
Let's go
Ms.
into
Lowry.
campaign donations if you guys want to talk about that. And,
Okay,
that-
oh
Alright.
gosh,
That's
I'm getting
not
sore
on the
subject, ain't
agenda.
I?
No, that's just off, that's just off the agenda.
It's not. We'll
Let
find out
me,
that kind of stuff.
let me
Yeah.
say this.
Yeah, it's.
Council is free, must stick to the agenda when it conducts a meeting. If it strays from the agenda, council exposes itself to potential liability, civil and criminal. My advice is to stick to the agenda. This item was noticed for city finances. That would be my advice to council, is to stick to the city's finances.
So let me restate that. A forensic audit could look into developers that could be potentially getting kickback, that could be potentially committing crimes and using elected officials to get their ways around things in the form of campaign donations.
It cannot cover that. It cannot cover that. That's not what it can cover, Mr. Lowry. Go ahead, proceed.
Go ahead, your turn.
You done?
Your turn.
Okay, well, there's not gonna be a turn. I just wanted to, again, I wanted to say, Mr. Lowry, I just want to be on record. The auditor has shared with you that he did not find anything. Ms. Turner shared with you that during her time here, she hadn't found any irregularities. And so because of that, your next level is a forensic audit, but you don't have, well, I don't know if you have scope or not, because if you have scope, I would push my chips, we're playing poker again, to the table. And I would say, council, I want to have a forensic audit because of all these pieces of information, and you have not done that. And then you say there's a weak district attorney. So there's going to always be another issue because at the end of the day, I don't know that there are any staff person or council person on this dais with us tonight that has done anything in the form of what you accuse. And when you don't provide the proof, you continue to perpetuate the story, and we have to move on, Mr. Lowry. If you have proof, work with people in the community. Mr. Osteen, give it to him. Let Mr. Osteen bring it up here to work with Gus and the finance director. Give it to other folks. Give it to the federal government. Give it to somebody instead of always accusing your council and staff members of wrongdoing, and you have not proven in 3.5 years, $200,000. Let's move on.
Well, and you say there's been
We're
nothing
gonna-
proven. There's been credit cards shut down, correct? We've had credit cards shut down. Would that not be something that an action item taken? By our
Have-
director?
Having a credit card shut down, which
Because of
first of all,
misappropriated
no,
funds.
let's be clear. First of all, no council's credit card has been shut down. Let's
I
not just
didn't
put
say
that out there.
council.
Okay. Well, secondly, Ms. Turner, can you approach, please? You can talk to us about how you earlier in the day when you talked to us about your approach to personal credit cards and how you would go about that process.
Yes, I have the city has a purchasing card policy. That policy is multiple pages. It describes the uses around having a P card, what you cannot purchase. It also talks about when you make the purchases, you have to submit receipts for your purchases. If you don't submit receipts to purchases, I have put in a policy that your card will be shut down because we have to have proof. Because finance, since I've been here, we look at every single receipt because we question purchases. We want to know what they are. We also tell staff to put on the receipt. You must sign the receipt with your signature and code it to an account number. We review every single receipt. And then let's see, the other pages just talk about just being accountable. That is your card that is assigned to you. You're accountable for that card. If you lose your card, you will lose your privileges. Or we will have to do a thing where a director or a manager, just earlier, I got confirmation that we have 27 cards that are on in each person's possession. We have a total of about 150 cards that are printed, but those cards are locked in the finance office. So let me review again. We have about 150 cards. About 27 of those are issued out and the person is in possession of them. Like I'm in possession of my card. Okay, so they're just parameters that are centered around that are centered around using P cards. And there's a policy. The card holder will sign the policy. I will sign the policy. The city manager will sign the policy. And I hold everyone accountable to having a card because purchasing cards, a city can get in serious trouble when you don't make proper purchases with that card. I've been with 2 cities. I found improprieties with both of those cities. So that is my niche. I know what to look for. I know what we need to see and what we need to do. So that's all I have to say on that.
Very
Any other
good.
questions?
Thank you. Council, we've beat this horse. We ran out. We can add. Did you want to add?
I
You
just
didn't get a
wanna-
chance to add. Go ahead, Mr.
Ms.
Yeah.
Turner, so what I heard you say there was prior to you coming on, it was a process problem. You fixed the process when you
Yeah.
got here
Yes, sir.
last year in September.
Yes, sir.
But you did not find any impropriety with the process. You just found a problem with the process.
I found a problem with the process. I have not found any improprieties. We examined every receipt that is turned in. We will actually track people down to get receipts. And I'm sure some of council have gotten those calls and department heads have gotten those calls. It's not to be nasty or mean or ugly, but this is a process that I'm very serious about. You have to turn in your receipts. We have to review every single receipt. We have to understand why the purchase was made. So from 9/11 going forward, as long as I'm here, it's going to be a strict look at all purchases dealing with purchasing cards. Anything prior to me, I can't speak to, of course.
Very good. Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Turner. We're gonna, again, let's be clear, with what we're saying. The auditor, talked to us about scope. You gotta have a scope, in order to be effective, in a forensic audit. There has to be a reason. There has to be proof. Those things need to be submitted. They can't be regular, lawful things that are being shared in a way that would make them appear to be unethical or inappropriate. Can't have that. Has to be some valid information, and certainly, if it is that valid, there are all sorts of governmental entities that we can, outside of the city of Lamarck, give those pieces of information to. I would suggest, council, that we remain open to a scope. If we hear or see anything, if things are brought to our attention, then we move forward in pursuing those things. But I would also suggest that we move forward into trying to find out how to help Omega Bay dredge their canals. And that we will move forward trying to find how we're going to repair and rebuild the streets of Omega Bay, or continue to improve drainage in Mary or Melody Lane, or patrol Farm to Market of FM 519, Main Street. There are weightier matters in this city that concern District C. If you have proof, certainly bypass us. Give it to those law enforcement officials. But until then, can you help us govern this city? Thank you. Item 8, new business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action. Resolution 8-1, resolution number letter R-2024-0047, approving grant funding for LMPD to conduct investigative and law enforcement actions working under the scope and direction of the Gulf Coast Auto Crimes Task Force. I believe there is at least one gentleman here from the Gulf Coast. You may approach, sir. Auto Crimes Task Force. I see Chief approaching. One of our residents has been very diligent in bringing this forward to us to consider the effectiveness. And so at this point, certainly we'd like to see if there is any validity to our residents' concerns.
Mayor, I brought Lieutenant Hal Barrow and Agent or Police Officer Aaron Skaggs here. This is Aaron. And we've been doing this 10 years, as you know, and I present to the council, you, Mayor, and City Manager, what my staff recommends, and after my review, this is why you received this. This is a project that we've been working on, and like I said, this will be the 11th year. It's kind of like almost a no-brainer in a sense. They pay his salary with fringe and all. It could be about $80K. We pay the fringe. We pay the gas and minor things like the oil and minor maintenance and the insurance. So we pay around $35K. You got $80K coming out to pay this man's salary. There's 12 personnel that work in the Auto Crimes Task Force total. There's five jurisdictions. We have one. And I know David has been up here just about every year. He comes up here for the same reasons. And David, I applaud you. I know how you are. He doesn't give up. The thing is, I can't give up because I know it's a worthwhile project. And my staff who presented this to me in my review, I must say, it's a force multiplier. It's not that Aaron Skaggs works the whole counties, all these counties. He does. But most of his work is dedicated to the Lamarque Police Department. He works under Lieutenant Gandy. And because of that, we have a car break-in or burglary, as you call it. He's on it. He's like a heat-seeking missile on these things. We have a force multiplier in that this whole task force comes through this man right here. I can't beat that idea. I think we'd be losing if we put him on the street. We're losing a lot of oomph on clearing crimes. And I'll end with that. If I have any questions, please direct it to me. Aaron, would you care to say anything?
As far as my position itself, I would see it as being very beneficial to the city of Lamarque. For the main points that Chief pointed out, it's obviously much less money coming out of pocket for the small coverages, be vehicle maintenance and so forth, as compared to paying my full salary, plus still having to pay vehicle maintenance and everything else you would currently be paying to have me in a patrol car. So instead of thinking of it from the sense that was pointed out earlier, we're spending $40,000, we're actually saving 30 or 40,000 in that aspect. Also, like Texas City, their stats were mentioned. They have not a task force officer, but they have a auto crimes detective, which still leaves that detective spot open. However, they do not receive the same benefits as the task force is able to provide, being extra software, extra ability to do searches to find these vehicles, because there are other systems out there aside from the flock system that's been widely used and noted for the city. There are other systems that are available to us in the task force that is not available to other agencies. And there's other programs that we can use to help us identify VIN swapped and stolen vehicles when they do try to hide them and keep them out of plain view.
I'm Lieutenant Barrow, Auto Crimes Task Force Commander. I've been in the Sheriff's Office 38 years. This program's been in place for 30 years. We appreciate Lamarque being part of this program. It's really been successful. We are now changed our name to Gulf Coast Auto Crimes Task Force because we brought Missouri County in also. So it's Galveston County and Missouri County. If y'all notice, the borders are open. The crimes are going up, the car thieves are going up. We have a lot of illegals that are being preyed upon because of VIN switches on GMCs and Chevrolet vehicles. They're going on Facebook Marketplace or selling the vehicles for cash. Of course, who's gonna buy an $80,000 vehicle for $20,000? They do it every day. We take it away from them. They lose that money. So they're preying on a lot of the illegals throughout Texas, I know of. The other part of this is by Lamarque participating in this, we can get on the phone and call anywhere in the state of Texas or in the nation and get an auto theft investigator to do whatever we need. So if there's something happens in Lamarque and it goes to Louisiana, get on the phone, you call an investigator, they're helping us. I've recovered vehicles out of Louisiana. We've recovered vehicles. You worked some up north.
Yeah, I just had one I was tracking, a Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon 2023, $170,000 vehicle, stolen and VIN swapped from Houston, VIN swapped here in Lamarque, and caught on flock cameras over in Louisiana.
And I have to say, he is arrested and charged. One of the guys that have been a habitual violator here in Lamarque that took us a long time, he got him. Good kudos to you. But 40,000, absolutely. Let's say 35, 40,000, that's y'all's put into it. We reimburse the salary. So whatever y'all pay out, we're paying it back. It's being reimbursed to the city, so you're not losing that money. He's working all of Lamarque's cases. He's there when as soon as something comes in, he's on it. Because the quicker we get on these cases, the better off we are. The other thing is just like I'm buying a new vehicle to replace his now, you're looking at $60,000 for the vehicle, about $15,000 rigging it out with radios and equipment and stuff, plus his salary. So we got $120,000 to $150,000 invested in this investigator. I think it's a plus for Lamarque. I think the stats show we've recovered $7 million in vehicles last year throughout the Gulf Coast area. That's Galveston County, Missouri County. And I think it's very successful. And I appreciate if Lamarque would vote to keep him on task force in support of the chief. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Let's move through council really quickly. Do we have any questions for Chief Argon or the folks from Galveston County?
I'd like to
Yeah, Mr. Lowry, then Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to say thank you for all you do and for your service, both of you. I got to actually see the class for the Citizen Police Academy down there for the Sheriff's Office. And you guys do a lot of work. And I understand the concerns of the citizens. And I don't know if there's anything you guys can do to try to get other people to pull some weight. But I don't want to, it's a necessary. It is necessary and it's important. And I think if we take the foot off the gas here, it's just gonna get worse. So appreciate what you do and good job on the $7 million of recovery. I remember hearing that at the class.
I think two quick questions, clarify. If the fact that Lamarque under this report indicates, I think, what was it, 17 recovered vehicles, as I recall, on here? No, 47. 47, I'm sorry. 47. That's just an indication that that's what was stolen, right? I mean, not that we're underperforming in any way.
So those are just the recoveries,
The
and that's
recoveries.
based on the recoveries for that specific month. Because when all those numbers add up throughout the year, that's the total amount.
Yeah.
However, that's solely based on Lamarck's stats.
Lamar.
I don't think that that amount is really negligible per se compared to what's coming or what could be. 2023 wasn't a great year. I expect our numbers for 24 and in the future to even be even higher, because I didn't start in this position until October of 23.
Right.
So there was another investigator that was in my place prior to that, and he wasn't even on the task force for a couple of months before I started because he had left and went to college and got another job making more money. So these numbers could be better, and I suspect they will be better in the future.
And then for the other cities, the higher numbers, that's simply a reflection of the population amounts and the higher number of vehicles in that community. It's not an indication that you're making a lesser effort here in Lamarque to recover vehicles.
Correct. You're talking larger areas with larger, denser populations,
Exactly.
larger crimes, more crimes. It's all pretty self-reflective if you look at the specific cities themselves and the types of crimes that occur in said cities.
And would it be accurate to say that the participating agencies, I'm looking at the application itself and the definitions that are in here. So we've got 4 participating agencies, including the Lamarque, City of Galveston, Galveston County, Brazoria County. It's fair to say that those are the core agencies or entities that are out being at the forefront.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, in your role, you're out there having access to the latest information, the latest trainings. You're providing all this guidance as well to the coverage agencies.
Correct, because
it
if,
would be accurate to say
yes, because
So
if they have questions, they contact us regards to auto theft questions.
there's a level of expertise. And to be clear, it's just because they're not sponsoring the grant, there would be an opportunity if any one of these entities, if we stepped out of this, they could probably, we'd lose you. You'd no longer be involved in the
Well, that
support.
would create other issues amongst that simple idea.
Yeah.
Because if I get pulled out of this position, the position that I had on patrol,
Yes.
that position's already been filled. So if I go back to patrol, we would essentially either have to fire somebody
Yeah.
or find a new position for me to go to, create something. Because I doubt that we'd be able to just fire somebody just because we're overstaffed.
And it would be probably fair to say that there would be some other of these coverage agencies that would gladly step into our particular role.
Correct, because that's already been an issue in the past. Where Texas City pulled out, Santa Fe pulled out, they realized, oh, this was a mistake. They went to get back into it and they couldn't because the grant wouldn't cover them anymore. Because once the agency pulls out, the grant goes, okay, cool, you don't need this money. We're going to reallocate it somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then it's a lot harder for the task force to get that money back to them to reallocate it for an extra person.
It's interesting, just, well, thank you. You answered my question.
Yes, sir.
Microphone.
Lieutenant Barrow, Galveston County Sheriff's Office, Commander of Auto Crime Task Force. They put in for the flock camera system, which saved Marque a whole bunch of money because they received a $700,000 grant.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was zero match too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no match to it. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the benefit there, exactly.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions? Let's move, council.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
It doesn't just, it's anything titled, correct? You guys will go after stolen side by sides or?
So it doesn't necessarily have to be anything titled. Anything with wheels, anything that's movable, we cover all of it. Planes, trains, automobiles, trailers, golf carts, all of it. Yep.
Very good.
And we have recovered the stolen area.
Wow.
$1 million, yeah.
Any further questions?
And we have the assistance with the Texas Parks and Wildlife for the boats.
Wow.
Any further questions? I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let the record reflect, certainly we are at least a year away from this. Let's get some flock cameras in and see what that looks like for us. I will say, we have the longest stretch of 45, and 45 is clearly the main thoroughfare for these types of behaviors. So long as our person is primarily working in the city of Lamarck, in and around the jurisdiction of Lamarck, I would say that I'll vote for it and see what the flock cameras do next year, and we'll move on from there. Any other comments before we vote? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item, council, let's not get lazy now. Yeah, we were doing good the first half of the meeting. 8.2, resolution number letter R-2024-0048, submitting an application to the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration, fiscal year 2023 through 2026 Bridge Investment Program. Council, is there anything we need to discuss, or is there a motion?
I move for.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8.3, construction bid, awarding a construction bid to Westwood Stormwater Improvement Project, Phase 2, submitted by JBDEE Construction, LLC, in the amount of $256,145. Council, do we have any questions for 8.3?
I have.
Go ahead.
I have requests that we put that back out for bid. We only had one bid accepted, or that we know of that we received. And there were some questions around it, the timeline that the business has been there. They also had JBDEE Construction, but they had a different DBA. So I would ask council to put that back out into the public for a bid.
And your reasonings are, you said they had a different, say that again? There's a different LLC.
Yeah, so there was a LLC, they had an LLC, but then if you look it up, it said DBA was something different. And I don't remember what page it was on, but and then we only got one bid on it. So I think that it needs to go back out. And also the amount for the bid was less than what Attico actually had estimated the cost of it. So I think it would be in the best interest of the taxpayers to put that back out for bid.
Can you, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
This, Councilman Lowry, I didn't quite understand your last point. The bid came in lower than what Attico estimated. So what would be the problem with that?
Well, Attico does this for a living, and this being a new business, it's only about a year and a half old. And what happens is if they come in lower, then it's just going to be, a change order. So I just think it would be in the best interest of the city to put it back out for bid.
Well, I'm sorry, Rick, on the analysis, you guys still use the team of people to comment on this?
We did, sir, and we actually met with the contractor. There was some concerns because there was only one bid on this item.
Yeah.
We did meet with the contractor. We actually had the contractor come and do a site visit for this site again. We checked with him during the meeting and the process to make sure that he understood the scope of work and that he could do it. We've had some issues with bids, as you know, coming in higher than what engineering estimates were. We know this bid was lower. It's not extremely lower. It's 256. Engineering had it at 272. That's why we recommend awarding the bid. Attico engineer, our city engineer, gave us a letter of recommendation to award it. We did do some due diligence checking the contractor out.
And under that due diligence category, they've successfully performed work in other jurisdictions.
They've done concrete work. They've done generally flat work. So some of this project is flat work on the west end of Westward, on that portion of the project. The one we had some concern about was the drainage swale work. And that's why we had him take a look at that and made sure he understood what the scope of work was. He's got engineering background. He felt that what they were trying to do, that he has the capabilities to do it.
But once again, you're not answering my question. They've successfully performed work for other jurisdictions. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
They
Yeah,
have.
they've got work history of doing flat work, concrete work,
Flat work and there's this.
which is not necessarily, some of this project is a drainage channel work.
But what percentage of the project would you say is the flat work?
The
versus-
drainage channel is probably half the project.
It's
And
half
it's
the project.
important, it's an important part of the project. And that's why we had him come out and take a look at the site visit again and made sure he understood what we were working with.
And you have a bid bond
Yes, sir.
that I saw that it's on here. Bid bond is there. Okay. Well, what impact would we have to delay this project? If we had to rebid it?
It's not a critical project. This has been sitting on the shelf, as I might call it, for a while. There's been some issues with this drainage systems out there. Some of the residents have been concerned. We brought that to city council a while back regarding the problem with this drainage channel behind some homes. There's a young child involved and there was some concerns about the condition of this channel. But I'm not going to sit here and stand here and tell you that's an emergency, that it's a problem. We could rebid it. That was discussed, but we opted to bring it to council.
What part of Westward is this on? District
B.
A
It's
side or
B.
district?
Yeah, it goes both
It's
sides.
B. We talking about Westwood Circle? This is the Westwood
Yes,
Circle project? This
Westward
is all
Circle.
B. All
Westward
B.
Circle.
The
All
one
B
on the
all
other-
day.
Westward Circle, yeah.
Yes, sir, all day long.
Oh, it's on the B side where there that terrible drainage ditch that I've been trying to.
Going
cut.
into, that's the issue. We've been having a problem with them for that
Mm.
section, that
Yeah,
drainage for
no.
multiple years, and those folks are fighting mad about
But
that.
yes,
Yeah.
I agree on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you say, Joseph, but I'm gonna move to.
I also want to, if I may, who's actually doing the business? Because it says individual, and under individual, it says JBDEE Construction LLC. Typically, the individual will be the person, the party, the owner. And then underneath that, it says doing business as a DBA. That would be, if it's JBDEE Construction, that would be who would be the individual or the doing business as. But for some reason, it says doing business as Philtex Builders. And there was very, very, very limited information on both of these entities online. Websites, couldn't find other projects. Flat work, guys, just so you know, a flat work, that means like a driveway or a sidewalk.
Yeah.
So, and we're opening up a fairly large project to them, but again, there was very, very, very limited information on this builder. What's the DBA? Is it Philtex Builders or are we hiring JBDEE Construction? And if so, why is it DBA under Philtex Builders? It's just
Mr. Lowry, that's a fictitious name with the Secretary of State.
Philtex Builders?
Yes, sir.
So why would they be listed on here?
Marketing purposes. If a fictitious name is the doing business as for a company, so when you file with the Secretary of State as an LLC, if it is JL Construction, but then you do business as Six Brothers or anything like that, it's what's called a fictitious name for the Secretary of State for the state of Texas.
Okay, there was still very limited information on this business.
Yes, sir. I'm just
But
reading.
thank
that.
you for looking. at that.
Absolutely.
And flat work versus drainage, that's, you're talking swells, water flow. There's a big difference in, concrete there, but
Yeah.
And as another point, I believe we were discussing Westwood versus Westward.
It's Westwood.
Wood.
This
It's
is Westwood,
not
Westwood Circle. Yes,
Westward
yes,
Circle, yes, sir.
yes.
Westwood, that's the one over there off of.
Off of 1764.
Both were said back and forth. I just
I
wanted to make
I
sure
know,
we're talking
no,
about the same
no,
place.
Yeah, yeah. That
Westwood.
community out there. but
Westwood.
Yeah.
yes,
Thank
we
you.
need to show act, yes. Thanks.
I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
nay.
8-4, grant award, accepting a grant award for National Recreation and Parks Association in the amount of $20,000. Just a really quick yes or no. Is there a match?
Get a match.
All right, council, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? 8-5,
Thank you.
interlocal agency agreement approving the Lamarque Fire Department's participation in the Gulf Coast Firefighters contract from 2025 through 2028. I don't see anyone here from the fire
Chief
department.
Merriman is online.
Chief Chairman,
Evening, Mayor and Council. How are y'all?
fine. How are you, sir?
I'm good. This is the standard annual contract. With the exception, the county commissioners have decided they want to do a 1-year contract with 3 automatic 1-year renewals. So unless we violate the contract by not providing mutual aid services like we have been, they will continue to give us the county money, which is the $22,500 to help us purchase equipment and maintain necessary training and equipment that we have. We will not bring this back until year 2028.
Very good. Council, any questions? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8-6, it looks like.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, sir. Purchasing tasers, approving utilizing SB 224 catalytic converter grant funds to purchase 50 Axon tasers, 7 devices for equipping police officers. Council, we have discussed this at length prior to, and certainly I will entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8-7. It's 8-7, yes. Purchasing flock cameras using the SB 224 catalytic converter grant to purchase flock cameras. Again, council, we've discussed this at length, and I will entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8-8, purchasing zero-turn mowers, purchasing 2 John Deere Z930M 60 Z-Track zero-turn mowers from King Ranch Agriculture and Turf, a local buy board and source war vendor for the Parks Department, utilizing the Parks user fee in the amount of $22,189. Council, unless you have any questions, one of our residents brought up the idea, perhaps we might go with a different brand. And he's my friend, but I will say that I don't, personally, I think that that might be reaching a little too deep for us as a council. To reach in and dictate, what type of equipment we can buy. I do love him, but I have to not do that. And so unless we have any questions, council, for Mr. Pritchett or Mr. Garcia, we can entertain an action item, but we will entertain questions if there are questions since the resident brought it up.
Yeah, I would have to agree
Mr.
with
Lowry.
the resident. I mean, if you're getting a better piece of equipment, I mean, that's kind of his specialty. So I would take his what he does. I mean, he knows that department, so I would kind of take what he says and maybe have the city manager look into what he's talking about and seeing if we can get something better for the taxpayers.
Okay, any other thoughts?
Is there any way we can also look at our Bobcat dealer in the city of Lamarck instead of Texas City, League City, and Webster? That way we can make sure our dollars stay in the city.
I don't even know if Bobcat sells. Does Bobcat? Is that a possibility?
I don't know. They're part of the HGAT co-op. Is
Okay.
Cesar on?
I am called. I am on the call there, Councilwoman. I will also say that this did come from the recommendation, just so that everybody knows the process. It did come from recommendation from our Parks Board to where equipment was discussed, I believe, at length. And again, I'm not negating the comments of our resident or any from council necessarily for Mr. Garcia to chime in, but I know that this was spoken at length at the Parks Board meeting.
So let me ask you this. Now, I guess I asked Joe, he's our liaison. Did you, if you attended that meeting, did they make a formal recommendation to, for you to carry back to council on these mowers?
It was even discussed, as I recall, Mr. Garcia at the last meeting about these zero-turn mowers.
Did you have anything you want to add, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We currently have 2 mowers that are down. We're down to 1 zero-turn mower. The bulk of our equipment right now is John Deere. We have found staff has recommended that is the easiest one to get parts for. We did look into the other brand. It was a very close
review of the two items, the staff recommended to go with John Deere.
And I think we should just defer both to the park board and the work that they did. And there's warranties with this, right?
Yes,
As
well as maintenance agreement.
okay.
All right, council. Well, I'm looking for a motion.
I move to.
You move
go ahead for
approve?
the purchase.
Is there a second for the moval of approval? Moval of approval. Is there a second for the moval of approval?
The Parks Board wants it, or the Parks Committee wants it, then I approve. Second.
Is there a second? Any further discussion?
I have some discussion. Can we make sure that we kind of monitor the usage of that? And let's try to do a comparable from our use for that and compare it to the one that our residents said as well. So we can just kind of make sure that we do a comparable between the two. But I think it is important to listen to our present staff since they're going to be the ones utilizing it.
Yeah.
And so maybe we can try to get like a report on it or something internal within that department to see how it works. But I see in the notes where it says a local buy board and source well vendor. So that's one of the reasons I believe too, that's perhaps why we're doing it, because it's a HGAC co-op. Okay. That's all I have, Mayor.
Buddy, this might be one of the ones that you tell me I told you so. That's okay. That's okay. Yes, all right. I know you're gonna tell me. I'm gonna hear it. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 8-9, purchasing dome climber, approving the purchase of a game time dome climber from Cunningham Recreation to be installed at West Lawn Park, utilizing the park user fee fund in the amount of $2,277.56. Council, I will entertain a motion. Excuse me.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8, looks like 10, purchasing pickleball court windscreens, approving the purchase and installation of windscreens from McKenna Contracting Incorporated to wrap around fencing of the pickleball courts at Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou Park, utilizing Parks User Fee Fund in the amount of $4,600. Council, I will entertain a motion.
Approved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I'd like to comment, Mayor, that
Yes.
Our pickleball courts have found great use. as
Popularity, yeah.
Was reported. I
Yes.
don't know. And so I'm even gonna try to get out there and see what, I would like to get an idea of how, are you reserving them or what? Do you reserve?
Not out of this time, sir.
Oh, okay. So you, first one.
Just don't go out on a windy day before the windscreen.
No, or too hot, but yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just point for clarification, there are 3 purchases at least on this agenda that are being attributed to this parks user fee. It is still 2023, 2024 fiscal year. I don't know that this council budgeted anything out of that park user fee fund, although we've certainly stipulated to the fact that that user fee fund could take care of park maintenance issues and park improvement issues. What we are going to need to see is a ratification of this in the form of a budget amendment.
Mayor, if I could.
Help me out.
Lend some clarity. As I recall the discussion, I don't know, Mr. Garcia is still on the line, but some of these purchases are not going to immediately happen.
Okay.
And so it's
In the next fiscal
actually-
year.
It's the next budget
Okay.
year.
So we'll still get an amendment on it.
With the, we'll,
Very likely.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem, for that clarification. My point.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
There's Mr. Garcia.
Did you want to say something, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Mayor, just to clarify, so this is coming out of a fund, which is a revolving fund. So although we are tied to fiscal year expenditures, we will accommodate to when the purchases are made, but this is a revolving fund funded out of our mandatory $2 parks fee.
Okay, but still, we are, as a council, we are wanting those items to be budgeted and budget amendments provided. Do you have a problem doing, and I know you don't, this is coming out wrong, but I'm asking, is there an
Sure.
issue doing that? And I don't think there is, but I'll let you answer.
We have no problem satisfying that request. I'll work with finance to make sure that happens accordingly.
Yeah, I didn't think you did. I just wanted to make sure that we're clarifying that on record. This is not an issue of a budget amendment. You're saying it's a different funding source.
Right.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8-11. Galveston County Appraisal District Board of Directors nomination, nominating the 2025 Board of Directors for GCAD. Is this time sensitive, Ms. Nance?
Middle of October.
I was just speaking on that. I don't think so. I think we have until next month. This is the first time you all are seeing this one. So I was gonna bring it back to you at the
Yeah.
next meeting, just that's just what we've been doing. So it has to be done before October 15th. So that'll be right after the first meeting. in
Okay.
October.
So council, again, as we were dealing with the other two nominations for in the previous parts of this agenda, let's do some homework, some research, get to know at least the best we can these folks before we act as a council. 8-12. Notice of Tyco and BASF PFAS settlement opt-out deadlines, ratifying the decision to withdraw from the Tyco and BASF proposed class settlements for, help me, someone, JB, you're smart, help me,
I can help.
polyfluoral.
Delegation, sir. Gus.
Yeah.
Gus, you got this one?
Polyfluoroalkyl.
With a law degree, you go ahead.
Well, I sounded it out. My elementary school teacher would be proud.
All right, whatever Gus said, did you want to elaborate, Gus?
So, we actually have an executive session item on this as well, if y'all want me to go into more detail. But, what I would say is this is similar to, if y'all recall, I think in November, December of last year, there was a similar class action with, DuPont and 3M dealing with PFAs, and council recommended a withdrawal from that proposed class action. What has happened, these are two new companies. Our reasoning is the same, and we can discuss that in executive session if you would like. The only additional thing that has happened here is the deadline to withdraw was September the 18th. So we withdrew based on what council did the last time, but we can withdraw that withdrawal. So council is not bound by it. Y'all can tell us, hey, we want to be a part of it. We have until November to do that. So we just did this to give us some more time. That's why and then if y'all tell us good, then we do nothing. If y'all tell us no, we want to participate, then we just let our attorney know and it's no big deal. And last time when we spoke, the EPA had not finalized rules for PFAs. In April, they did, but for 4 of them, I believe. But jurisdictions aren't even required to begin testing yet. That's years away. So
basically, the administration opted out for us.
correct.
Tonight, you're asking us to ratify that opt-out or reverse the opt-out.
Right. And that was a decision that I made to give y'all more time, because if we didn't opt out, then we would be stuck in it. So to give the council time to actually consider it. That was a decision I made, and
No, you're fine. So just so that we're clear, when we return from executive session, we're going to have to either act in ratifying or reversing
correct.
the decision administration made for time purposes.
Correct.
Cool. Council, do we need to discuss anything else on this issue out here, or shall we discuss further in executive session? All right, good deal. Item 9, city manager report. A submitted report to update council and community on the standard operations of the city. Report can be acknowledged as a whole or discussed at the pleasure of council. As always, council, I'm going to read off these 4 items, and if the mood strikes you, certainly let me know, and we will pull that item so that you can discuss or ask questions. Item 9.1, Developmental Services Director position posting. Anyone? 9.2, August 2024 court stats. Anyone? 9-3, August 2024, Public Works Stats. Anyone? 9-4, authorization to use grant funds, District D water lines. Anyone? Very good. Items for the good of the order. Mr. Garcia. Or, I don't know, or, I'm sorry,
I believe
Mr.
I'm
Pritchett.
prepared.
Are
Yes,
you?
sir. Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, I didn't know.
That's
Mr.
all right.
Pritchett, excuse me, Mr. Garcia.
First and foremost, I will start off with the city events that we have coming up on calendar next week, whereas it is not necessarily a city event. It is something that we participate in each and every year. It is the Texas City Lamarck Chamber of Commerce Jimmy Haley Golf Tournament, which is their largest event of the year. Following which we have on October 1st, National Night Out. The Lamarck Police Department will be hosting National Night Out and be visiting National Night Out at McGaffey Highland Bayou Park, as well as visiting the different locations that they have set, but mostly are trying to culminate and bring everybody out to the park so that they can connect and reestablish those community watch programs. Following right along, we have Bayou Fest this year, October 18th and 19th. It is a 2-day event this year. Please come out, whether it is Friday night for the Tejano night or Saturday, which will be our full-fledged family event. It is a reminder to everyone that October is Breast Cancer Awareness, and the city is asking that if you come to a city council meeting in the month of October, please help us in participating in our pink out. So we are all going to be wearing pink for city council meetings as staff to support breast cancer awareness, and would certainly ask the public and council to help us in participation with that. Other than that, items good of the order, I believe that wraps us up.
Very good. We are going to move into executive session. It is still early in the night, and so we will withhold our acknowledgements and requests until after this executive session. Certainly, council, we have been through this before, so it doesn't seem like it'll take us any more than about 30 minutes to get through this. So let's move now to item 10. Executive session. The City Council for the City of Lamarck, Texas reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during this meeting to discuss any of the matters listed above as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberations about real property, 551.073, deliberations about gifts and donations, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, deliberations about security devices, and 551.087, excuse me, economic development. Tonight, we will move into the executive session for 4 items. The first item, section 551.074, personnel matter for the purpose of hearing a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, the mayor. Section 551.10.2, section 551.074, personnel matter for the purpose of hearing a complaint and charge against an officer or employee, Councilmember District A. Section 10.3, section 551.074, personnel matter for the purposes of hearing a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, Councilmember District C. There were 5 items, excuse me. 10.4, section 551.074, for the purpose of hearing a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, the city clerk. 10.5, notice of Tyco, BASF, PFA, settlement opt-out deadlines, ratifying the decision to withdraw from Tyco and BASF, proposed class settlements for the polyfluoro alcohol. Man, that education paid off, didn't it?
Just put it.
Substance contamination. Ms. Nance, we are leaving the dais for an executive session at
8:06.
8:06. And so we stand, according to my friend Joe, in recess. And I can, I'm pretty confident we'll be back out in about 30 minutes, guys. So we're gonna put Kyle, when we start, put us on the clock. We're not gonna be here all night. Joe, you got Ready? We are back from executive session. And we are moving back into our regular scheduled meeting at
10:24.
10:24. All right, council, let's take these one at a time. Actions taken from executive session, item 11.1, section 551.074, personnel matter, for the purpose of hearing a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, the mayor. I will entertain a motion.
No action.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 11.2, section 551.074, personnel matter, for the purpose of hearing a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, Councilmember District A. I will entertain a motion.
No action.
That second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Section, 11.3, section 551.074, personnel matter, for the purpose of hearing a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, Councilmember District C. I will entertain a motion.
No action.
Is there a second?
I have a point of discussion on that. While I do not, I'm not recommending any action, I do think it's important that that Councilman Lowry helps this council to diffuse some information and get us some factual information with the issue of him being a convicted felon and if he's eligible to run for office. And we have asked him to produce something so that we can have that on file. So that so we can stop residents coming to the front and saying that about our fellow council person so that he can provide proof of that and that we can have something in writing. In the state of Texas, if you are a convicted felon, you have to get a pardon by the governor so that you can run for office. And that did not happen in this particular case with Councilman Lowry. And so we just need something in writing so that we can put that on file so that our residents feel comfortable and that they can stop coming to the front and that they will know that this council, we have done our due diligence and they need to stop bringing that forward if in fact he is eligible to run and be a council person. And we're asking for something in writing. So though we're not taking action, we have asked Councilman Lowry to provide that proof to our residents. Thanks so much.
Very good. I'm gonna let Councilmember Lowry respond. I want to clear some things up. You asked him to, because we as a council cannot vote in the back.
Right.
So we didn't, you asked him
Right.
that question, and we want to just clarify for the purposes of Gus and what is legal and lawful. But you did say some things toward Councilmember Lowry, and so we certainly have to give him an opportunity to respond. Mr. Lowry.
As you can see, I'm sitting up here as an elected official, and if I was a convicted felon in the state of Texas, I would not be eligible. I think this is just another one of your smear campaigns that you like to use against me. I think it's disgusting. You guys say you want to move forward, but then you constantly, week after week, day after day, bring these attacks against me. I'm more than happy to have Chief Aragon run my background right now. I'll give him my ID to see if I'm a convicted felon, or Mr. Rojas, or any officers in the room. Or if it would make you guys feel even better, I have a firearm in my car, and if I was a felon, I could not possess a firearm, so I would be in violation of state law. So there is no document to produce because I'm not a convicted felon.
Okay.
And I hope that you stop, okay, because this is the second time now that.
No, I would like to respond to that.
Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute, Ms. Yancey. Hold on. Let's take a beat. Let's calm down a minute. Okay? Gus. Okay.
It's already been investigated by the district attorney's office
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Well,
So good luck.
Ms. Yancey, you can respond, but then I'm going to give Mr. Lowry a chance to rebut that as well, and then we're going to move on.
Right, and that's what we're wanting to do is do exactly that. I'm tired of hearing people come to the podium saying that. I'm tired of people from other cities calling us making it seem like we don't know what we're doing. And it needs to be on the record that it shows that he's eligible to run, he can run. And if there's a loophole in the law in the state of Texas, then at this next state, Texas legislature, when we meet, that law needs to be changed. Because if people in Texas have to get a pardon from the governor, I think anybody who runs from office from any state needs to do the same thing. So that's a loophole in our Texas law. But most importantly, it is meant to protect this council. Because if he's not eligible to run, then all of his votes we could be sued. It leaves the city liable. And I think if we have something in writing that discloses that from the AG's office or from the DA, I think we need that in writing to shut that rumor down.
Mr. Aragon, will you run my identification for me?
You can't do that apparently, Gus.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm being accused of being a felon and I have a firearm in my car. So if that's true,
Don't pull your firearm out, Mr. Lowry. Please don't pull your firearm.
it's in the
out.
car.
Yeah,
But if
let's
that's
not-
true,
We're gonna all start running.
then I would be a felon in possession of a firearm, which would carry a 60-month sentence in the state of Texas. It's actually.
Right, and I'm
So
glad you're saying that.
Can we perform that task and put this to bed?
Hold on, Mr. Lowry.
And
Let
I'm
Gus-
tired of people saying things on the dais and stuff too about the constant racial rhetoric from Mrs. Yancey that is never ending in here and other cities, and people come and speak. We just had ethics complaints about it for several weeks in a row. So, you know, you guys come up here and say you want peace, but then it's a constant war. It's a throw rocks and hide your hand on a daily
Mr. Lowry
basis.
is meant to
We're here to-
protect.
We're gonna wrap this up.
Really not.
We're gonna, Mr. Lowry, you have a right to rebut, and I promise you that. Are you done with your rebuttal?
No, I'm not. I'm just, you know, council constantly says, you know, we're here, we're peaceful, we want to make friends and we want to do better for the city. But that's not the truth. That's not the truth. There's constant, it's constant. Okay, so if there really is, then stop with the nonsense. We want to work forward, Mr. Lowry, let's work together. Oh, you're a convicted felon. You're a convicted felon. Well, let's work together. We're peaceful here. Knock it off. You want to work together? You want to work with the city? You want to work for the citizens? Then knock it off. If you make accusations, I'm going to respond. Period. And I'm going to respond heavy. Whether it's on social media or in person, I am not going to tolerate your nonsense. Period.
Mr. Lowry, let's not do that. Not that part. We ain't doing that part. Ms. Yancey is a respected member of this council.
My ID will
There
be
you go.
available.
There you go.
I'll be outside of my vehicle.
You were good up until that last part, man. We can't have that. But I get where you're coming from, bud. I get where you're coming from. Are you done? I want you to get the rest of it out.
Well, Mayor, I'm
We're not gonna go back and forth. We're not going
No,
back
I'm
and
not trying to go back and
we're
forth.
gonna adjourn.
I'm not.
We are,
okay.
no, enough is enough. I gave you two, I gave Mr. Lowry two. Gus has been trying to weigh in. I don't even know if he wants to weigh in anymore. He's taking his stuff, getting ready to go home. Gus, did you want to, I know you were trying to say something. Did you want?
Y'all had moved on.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this to bed here right now, at the end of the.
adjourn.
No, we
We
still
have
a motion.
we have to do
Said no action.
11-4. We're gonna work on it. We getting there, James. Let's say this at this point so that the public will know. At this point, Mr. Knable and Miss Nance have indicated they have not received any criminal conviction sort of record about Mr. Lowry. We don't have any of those things. And when I say we, not me, but the city, we don't have any of that information in our possession. And so it would not be wise or appropriate to even ask the question as a council before we would even have that information in our possession. Ms. Yancey has made that assertion. Mr. Lowry has rebutted that assertion. And until there is documented proof that there is a record, a conviction out there, we're gonna have to, in my opinion, leave that one be where it is. And so I am entertaining a motion, I believe, Mr. Ross, is that right?
No action.
No action. Is there a second now?
I second it.
You second that? Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10-4, section 551.074, personnel matter for the purpose of hearing a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, the city clerk. I will entertain a motion.
No action.
Is that a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Item I guess that was it, right, Gus? We
Gotta
gotta
go back
up.
to
Oh,
my,
okay. I see how you
my-
all were doing that.
My polyfluoroalkyl.
All right, we're going back to 10-5, council, if you don't mind. Notice of Tyco and BASFP.
Mm.
812. I'm sorry. Let me go back there. 812. Okay, we are at 812 again, council. Notice of Tyco and BASF, PFAS settlement opt-out deadlines. We are potentially ratifying the decision that was made on our behalf. That when I say our, I mean the community of Lamar, by the city attorney, or we are rejecting that based on what we have heard here tonight. I will entertain a motion on.
I make a motion that we opt out in accordance with the recommendation by the city attorney until later or further clarification from the EPA has been solidified on PFAs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at item 12. Requests and announcements, requests by mayor and council members, items placed on future city council agendas, announcements of city events, community interest. Items 551.415B, items of community interest include expressions of thanks, congratulations, or condolence, information regarding holiday schedules, and honorary or salutary recognition of a public official, an employee, or other citizen, except that the discussion regarding a change in status of a person's public office or public employment is not an honorary or salutary recognition purposes of the subdivision. Reminder about an upcoming event organized or sponsored by the governing body, and information regarding a social ceremony and community event organized or sponsored by an entity other than the governing body that was attended or is scheduled to be attended by a member of the governing body or an official employee of the municipality or county. And 6, announcements involving an imminent threat, the public health and safety of the people in the municipality or county that has arisen after the posting of the agenda. Councilmember Ross, you are first, sir.
I have nothing.
Nothing.
So, okay.
Councilmember Yancey.
So the National Night Out is at McGaffey Park for everybody. So we're just all gonna meet there. Okay, because I know we've had some residents contact me. So BioFest is October 18th through the 19th. We're going to do our town hall meeting October 7th for District A here. We've got community groups that will be coming October 7th. After we give out information when we have our town hall. And let me say this, Mayor, we had a hearty discussion. We are moving forward. And what we're trying to do, and I'm just going to be frank with you. I had to endure about 2 hours of being totally accused of things that are absolutely not true. And I'm tired. And I'm ready to do the work of District A. And District A is leading the way. Why? How is District A leading the way? We have a new project, gas station that was historically one of our worst convenience stores in the area. And now with the help of this council and with our mayor who hails from District A, we have a new gas station, a better one, and more things to come with that. Also, churches is back open. And so there are so many things that we need to be focused on in our city. We are an all-American city. And I'm going to be straight up. It's time for us to act like it. It's time for us to do the things that we said that we were doing, that we said that this city is, and that what we portrayed in Denver. And to do that, we have to stand tall and stand strong and encourage one another. This council needs your encouragement. We need to hear from our voters. We need to know what you want us to do, but we also need to celebrate, Mayor, a lot of the good things that is happening in the city. Our birthday is coming up, so Lamarck will be how old?
71.
71 years old. That's something to celebrate. And while we celebrate that, I also want us to remember persons such as DJ Arvey, who worked for years, countless years in Little League here in the city of Lamarck in Texas City. And I believe it was a week and a half ago, he was watching TV with his niece and passed away of a heart attack at the age of 47. So we are grieving that loss of a community member that has volunteered countless hours. Please pray for his family. And just remember that life is too short to stay angry all the time. We've got to work together. And I'd still say to my councilman, thank you so much for your support and your love of the city, and for the residents that pray for us and lift us up and keep our minds on the work of what we have to do. And that is to be a voice and representative for the people and make a difference and a change. We have a lot of good things coming, and I'm looking forward, Mayor and Councilman Ross, to being a part of that great work. Thanks so much.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Certainly, Mr. Pritchett, and I don't know if Mr. Garcia is still online. I want us to get information out to the public. We are doing a couple things this year. We are trying out this different idea that we call a reverse town hall, which means that we're going to be going out into the community, knocking on doors, getting feedback from the residents, and we will also have a regular town hall. So we're going to go out, and then we're going to come back in, and we're going to have those residents that want to meet us at a traditional town hall. We want to have them meet us there as well. I want us to push that. I believe that's coming up sooner rather than later. That's important for us to know. This is town hall season. I believe Mr. Ross had one here just recently. Ms. Yancey's having one. Certainly the citywide town hall is going to be here sooner, again, rather than later. We want to move forward with that. I would look forward to seeing everyone out at National Night Out. Again, another time in another situation that we can share our concerns, ask questions, provide kudos or whatever we are feeling to not only elected officials, but appointed officials, police officials as well. This, again, is another opportunity for us as a community to share in the governing of our community. Lastly, make no mistake about it, this is about governing. And when a government, watch this, is taken out of the role of governing, chaos ensues. So we've just spent about 2 hours in executive session. I believe we spent at least an hour or so last time we were here, hashing out all sorts of issues and accusations, and I won't bore you with the salacious details, and I'm telling you they were salacious. You can make a TV movie out of some of the things that were shared. But in all seriousness, that was 2 hours that we were not able to talk about drainage or street repair or budgeting or financial planning or maintenance or new police stations. 2 hours where we were not able to simply do the business of the people of Lamarck. And in the long run, I've been here a long time. In the long run, the people of Lamarck don't take kindly to us doing everything up here but their business. And that's the reality. Now, part of that is the idea that we have to tone down accusations because you have a piece of information and it is somehow fixed in your mind that this information means this does not necessarily mean that that's what that information means. So we got to stop saying, because I see this, it means all of these things. And we have to go back to governing, analyzing information, asking questions, digging deeper. We learned about that in the forensic audit. Again, 2 hours. We could have went over, I'm sure, several line items in our budget, or several line items, if you will, in our city bank accounts to see all of these things that were being alleged. So I'm not suggesting that this was a waste of time as much as I am imploring this council to move away from the pettiness of false accusations or the pettiness of back and forth politics. And let's move toward fixing this city. We can talk about all sorts of different things. Who shot John is not one of them. We're gonna move past this. I, for one, am gonna move past it. Ms. Yancey, I'm imploring you to move past it. Mr. Ross, we got better things to do. And you're gonna hear me saying more than what I have been saying before. When we get into this foolishness, I'm going to start to say, we could be talking about this or this or this or this instead of what we're talking about. And the people know. They know. They see. They understand. And so again, I as mayor implore this council to focus on the business of the city and not the business of accusations toward one another. Thank you, those of you that have sat with us tonight for your support. And we certainly want to acknowledge the participation of Mr. Compion, who's not with us, and Mr. Lowry, who exited the building here just recently. And having said that, council, we will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further? Well, there is none. All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned.